Let's see. 6,113 kilobytes per second. Uploading at that sweet 30 frames per second. Everything's per second. Well, our CPU is 7.6%. Not per second. All right. So far, 0.00% frames dropped. Looking solid. Let's jump into it. Let's jump into it. All right. Let's see. J database. All right. Should we give it a try again? What am I thinking of? Z-editor. The Z-editor. That's what oh, you know what? I wonder what's up with Z-editor, because it doesn't let me use drun anymore. I've got to use just run. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. All right. That's okay though. We are going to try to take our we're going to try to take our single or our consensus machine and make it where it can run on a single node. Right now, if you tried to start it with a single node, it's going to bulk about not having a group of other nodes to talk to. Oh my goodness, where are words failing me this morning? A roster. It's going to bulk at not having a roster. That's the word I was looking for. That's the word I was looking for. All right. My goodness. Let's find that. Let's find that. Oh, we're in the wrong. This is not what I wanted to open up. There we go. There we go. Let's do main here. So what I wanted to do, or what I was thinking about doing, was taking this roster and making an option. So basically, the way to run in single node is to not pass a. Now, what we might want to do here, let's see where we use this nodes. Yeah, in this roster here. So in this raft config, we're gonna change this. Ooh, do we want to do this? I was gonna say we're gonna change this to. I am Zing today. We might go back to Vim at some point today. I want to actually very soon do my tier list of editors, so I needed to give Zed a little bit more time. Yeah. I wanted to use this. This is what I wanted to use. But, I mean, we don't need to use anything. I'm just wanting to try it a little bit more. So. Everyone say hi to Zed. Zed is going to be facilitating our journey today. At least until Zed doesn't. All right. So do we want to make this an option, Vivek? I'm going to go down this path right now. I'm going to go down this path. And we'll see where it takes us. We'll see where it takes us. All right. I think every single time I get going, the thing that annoys me in Zed is that the LSP almost never works. I think that is the thing that ends up annoying me, because I'll go to build this and it will break. It won't be compiling, and it, like, watch this. It's actually underscoring, so, you know, there we go. Expected ascent. I mean, this should be erroring too, is the thing, right? There is no thing before this. This isn't defined. I didn't put a let here. There's no equals. So this is where, like, this won't compile. And I looked through the Z docs. There wasn't anything that I should have to do for Rust that I know of. What was that suggestion? Oh, it just... Let's accept the suggestion to see it in its full glory. It stopped at 170. That's weird. Let's see if it wanted to go on. No, it actually just wants to go there. I just want to let you guys know that AI has peaked. It's coming for your job. If your job is to do the inverse of a factorial with subtraction, the AI has gotten your job down perfectly. Yeah, it literally doesn't want to add anything more to this. Like, it doesn't want to go on. Well, let me see if I can't help it along. What's next? Nope. No, it's just, oh, we can do more. We absolutely can do more. Look at that. The AI is coming for your job. Like, there's no more doubt. My eyes have been opened this morning. If your job happens to be the reverse factorial of subtraction. It's you know what, Russell, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it's actually just a half step away from spreadsheeting. Half step. Let's oh great, that's just one line too. They didn't even do like a return character. Fantastic. So yeah, I went here and I went to Rust. Let's see. The support for is natively in Z. Tree sitter, language server, Rust analyzer, inlay hands. We could do this. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, we could do this. Oh, maybe this is the issue. This would be weird. Like, okay, so like if it's not targeting my directory that I have open, this database, it's not going to work, right? But why would you ever not do this? Oh, no. This is the target directory of the Rust analyzer. Never mind. That's not what we want. My bad. I was reading the wrong thing. Okay, I have a question. Do big streamers get this many bots? I kind of feel special. I feel like I get more than the big streamers do. We want worse viewers, not the best viewers. Right. I'm cheap. Please. I'm banning you based off of you wanting me to pay for premium viewers. I just want the cheap ones, okay? Like, just stop trying to get me with these premium plans. I didn't even look at the URL. Oh. Potato PZ? That's fantastic. I didn't even look at it. My bad. I should have. Look, I have currently 4 viewers across 2 platforms. Can't afford premium viewers. I need those cheap ones. Sweet. Okay, so let's see. We could maybe do these things, inlay hints, and yeah, let's just do these 2. To make the language oh, that was painful. Wait, why is Dark Reader turned a dark thing white? Dark Reader, how dare you? How dare you? That hurt. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. All right. How does it know this is for Rust? Right, because if we go in here and go to oh no, it's not in there, it's over here. Go to settings. Like, I can just dump that here, right? But that's not, this is not right. Does this need to be in like a Rust? Interesting. Is this actually a valid configuration? Let's see. I'm gonna, how do I test if that's valid? How do I see if this is valid? Oh man, I'm always just a little late with my jokes. Like the potato PC, I should have said something about like, it's a shame that they're running on Intel. Dang it. Did you guys see the lawsuit? I mean, for the CPUs that they hid that keep crashing, like 2016 through like 2018. I missed it. I missed a fantastic. Oh, do they have issues with their current gen too? Oh, I didn't realize that. Ugh. I did not realize that. I honestly think that they're probably, if you had to ask me for my guess would be that they're probably too big to fail super, super quickly. You know, with whether it's government contracts or they have a lot of other contracts too. Like, part of me says that if they decided to, they can die like IBM over time. But I don't know how to check if this is valid. I don't know if I'm supposed to do Rust here. All of these don't say what it... You know, maybe we don't need Rust, and all of these things can just be flat in the thing. I don't know. Let's see if anything has changed. Let's do that. All right. Oh, that's not what we wanted to do. It's still not working. Depends on those contracts. Absolutely, Russell. Absolutely. I agree. Like I said, I don't know for certain. I'm somewhat guessing. They're such a huge company. It's hard for somebody like me to have a grasp of all the revenue streams and things like that. Yeah. Intel admits damage to unstable 14th and 13th gen CPUs is permanent, including is preventative, not a cure. Oh, ouch. Oh, I missed this. The patch isn't even out middle of August. So what, you have to just leave your computer off or risk like bricking it? Oh, okay. So it's preventative in the fact that it fixes it unless if it's already caused damage. That makes sense. The damage is physical. There's no microcode to fix. This makes sense. There's no microcode to fix the actual, if you've actually damaged it. So what, you just have to leave your PC off so you don't? Right. Misfiring chip. My understanding of why these things misfire after voltage issues is that basically you have a bunch of channels that electrons flow through. So that would be one channel, and this would be another channel over here. This is like overly simplistic. Green electrons flow this way, white electrons flow this way, and what happens is this is a silicon platter. They can jump over. They can hop. And what happens if you send too much voltage through, you can wear these silicon boundaries down over time. I'm sure somebody will hop on and tell me that I'm way oversimplifying it, because I am. Will there be a null channel? That's right. That's right. Eventually, those channels become null. They join the collective. Yeah. It sounds like an overvolting issue, pretty much. Like, or just unstable current. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, I don't know how to configure Z. I would love to see like an actual Z, like a full Z configuration, not these snippets. Because like, I don't know. I don't know if we do Rust and then that thing, or if we do it like outside of it. Like, why won't it let me insert? It won't let me type in here. Let me type. There we go. Or do we do something like this? The AI thinks we do something like Go instead of, you know, just this. Now, cargo check is going off because of that. Ah, maybe that worked. I think maybe this is the solution here. Wait, did I have that in here? I didn't have that in here. Interesting. So maybe we don't do this Rust thing, and these snippets are literally just for the LSPs, the Rust analyzer one. There's no like Rust specific configuration. That's fine. It wasn't clear to me. I'm just gonna delete this then. What I do want is I still want inlay hits. So I'm gonna just do this. So we'll do that. We'll do that. Actually, we'll delete that one and boom. Done. Okay. So now, no method name split for enum option. Right. Perfect. Of course, that's your example. How hard did you look for the freaking HP example? Thank you. I gotcha. Not angry. All right. What are we gonna do? Okay, so we made this an option. What we need to do here we had split this roster into strings. Do we want to do that now, or do we want to do that later? Maybe what we really want to do is maybe what we really want to do is something like parse roster. Now this is not what I wanted to do. I actually just want to return none here. So we're basically leaving it in the same form. So that's actually really interesting that this right here fixed it. I'm not even entirely sure why that fixed it. But it's good. I mean, it's giving us like the issues throughout the project now, which is fantastic. That's what I kept running up against and then just not using it. All right, so now we can do the, instead of this, we can do, can I do like C $? Yeah, I can do that. All right. Parse roster. Look at that. All right. So then this is still, you know, does it give me type information? I'm sure that there's a key for this. Like, I'd love to see that, pop that up, but without using the mouse. Right, it's an option now. Cool, cool, cool. So we can send this into our Raft config, which now supports having an option. Now, I think this is going to require us to clean up a little bit of code to make it look good, which is good. All right. Command KI. Command KI. Let's try it. So Command KI. No. Oh, actually, I can't. It does. It does work. Sorry, I just can't. I can't hit K and I at the same time very easily. I accidentally hit another thing. That does work, but I'm not sure how I would do that, right? Like, I can do this. That's gonna give me carpal tunnels. Oh, not both at once. Okay, that makes sense. That's easy to do. Fantastic. Fantastic. What I was doing was torturous to my wrist. Okay, that works. Fantastic. Fantastic. I got it. I got it. Thanks, Future Highway. I was sitting here and I was like, man, I don't know how this guy does that. I was actually thinking you must use like a different keyboard layout. Okay. Okay. So we have an optional now. Oh, you know what? We might as well do while we're at this. One of the things that we were doing, let's look up the compose here. One of the things that we were doing is we weren't sending the whole roster. We were just sending our portion. And so what we want to do is actually send the whole roster too. So we want to do node 1, which is us. Like this, right? We just want to send the whole roster. So we might as well update that too. While we're at this whole roster thing. All right. So let's see. How do we want to deal with that? I regret some of my, like, some of this was just getting stuff done. We don't have a good way to identify. We have this ID that we send in, which is actually just our port number, which is not actually good because in theory, these could all be the same port. They can't because they're all running on the same machine here, but they could absolutely be all the same port. So this ID that we're identifying with is probably not the, not the right way to do it here. I guess we could just have it be its DNS. So we could just do like node 1 3000, right? It can just be its fully qualified domain name, which in this example, node 1 is its fully qualified domain name with how the networking is set up here. We'll just go with this for the time being. Maybe not the best, but I think that will be fine. And this gives us the ability to what does this do? This never worked. This gives us the ability to pass in the whole thing because we'll just ignore ours. Okay, so that's actually a pretty easy change, right? Let's save that. We're actually going to put the whole roster in here. We're just going to copy and paste this one, which is cool because now our configuration actually becomes a little bit easier. We just paste this in. Beautiful. And then we put our ID as node 2. Beautiful. And then node 3. Of course that didn't work. Node 1 3000. All right. Cool. Now, I'm trying to clean stuff up. We're going to just one index all of this. I know, heresy. Get your torches out. We're just one indexing all of this so that it all matches. Yeah, it's node 1 is on port 3001. I know. It's just, I don't know. This was demented. It was not great. We're just one indexing this. Unfollow right now. Wait, why is node 1 back? Oh. Node 3, port 3000. Or 3003. There we go. Okay, that's much better. Oh, shoot. We got to fix these two, right? All right, there we go. Now, we just do this right here for everything in the roster. Let's move this to its own function because it's a sprawling function that handles the reconnect. Is there a reason to have it here? I don't. Let's see. We have async move, so we're moving something into this. What? Probably these two things, the clients and the config, which are fine. We can actually just pass these to a function. So let's do that. Let's we need to just. Oh, actually, thinking about this. Does this need to be part of, is there any reference to self here? Hopefully not. Graph clients, yeah. Okay, yeah. No. Cool. That was going to cause us more problems if there was. I was just going to make this just a standalone function, not a method. Let's see. Those are the two things. I just brought them along so I remember what we needed. Function. Let's see. Connect to Raft servers. What were you gonna give us, AI? What were you gonna give it? Let's see. Config, Raft config, clients. Beautiful. And is it just copy and pasting the above code? It looks like it's just copy and pasting the above code, so I don't have to. Fantastic. I don't believe that it. Let's see if it actually just copied and pasted the above. I'm gonna go up there and grab this now. We're just gonna grab this whole thing. We're gonna delete it from there. We're gonna delete these. All right, let's see. We don't need these anymore. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it just it literally even copied the comments. This is actually an interesting problem I think AIs are going to have a problem with that nobody's talking about. And you'll be like, what's the problem, Eric? Well, the problem here is that this is actually wrong. It did copy what I did, but that's wrong. Now, the problem comes with this, is that it used to be where they didn't have the context of the rest of the code. And when they didn't have the context of the rest of the code, it would make something up for connect to Raft servers. Like it would make up its own Raft protocol or things like that. Like it would just do a bunch of random stuff. And so giving it that tight coupling to your code is super important because it actually allows it to understand, I say understand very, very loosely there, what's going on and to make appropriate code. But the problem with this is if you have done it or done something similar or done something close, it's just going to copy and paste that. Which, like I said, it's wrong. We've updated this now where these are actually, you know, an option. And not only that, we're passing in our own. So it doesn't have, and I mean, it's seen all of that code changing, but it's a very difficult problem because they've done that tight coupling. Yeah, I don't know. Greenfield 000. I did not see you follow. I didn't hear. Was there a oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It appeared, so there's just no sound. So no sound for me. Okay, fantastic. Greenfield, thanks for joining. Love to see you here. I didn't get any sound. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Well. Oh, you know what? Not sure. Well, I'm glad you guys got the sound. I didn't get the sound. The sound's useful to me because then it alerts me that somebody followed. Oh well. Oh well. I'll work on fixing that later. It's probably something with my OBS setup. That would be my guess. Not that anything has changed. You know what? It might be the node. I have the Rodecaster. I said the node. The Rodecaster. And maybe it's not routing the sound from the Mac Mini, the streaming PC. The streaming Mac. It's not really a PC. It's a Mac. Okay. So how do we want to change this? First, if the roster is none, right? Because in here, that's that. But in here, the roster can be none. So we could do like yeah, I was gonna say I don't think this is a real thing here. That's not generally how we do this. Let's see. Let's do let's do some roster is equal to configure roster. Else return. I haven't written one of these in a while. How do I go to the next error? What's go to next error? What is go to next error? Not the right key combo. Next error. I looked this up last time. Bracket E? Hopefully not. And they don't call it error because I know that I looked it up. I know that I looked it up. Did I just went full? No, I didn't. Not quite yet. Let's see. G. You were close, Russell. You were much closer than I was. This is going to be inconvenient, right? Not in insert mode. Not in insert mode. G. This is this character, right? Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. Oh. Okay. I got it. It's on a layer. It's on a layer right here. I got it. I was like, where are the square bracket? It's on a layer. Sorry. Not really a new keyboard, but I don't type square brackets very often. So there we go. There we go. So G. Yeah, okay. Wait. It's supposed to have a semicolon here, right? What is it complaining about? Expected a thing found. What did I do wrong here? Oh, I didn't do the let. I even typed if let. I know that. My goodness. Okay. Oh. Yeah, if let some number. But I want a if let not an if. I want an if let else, right? Because I want to say if this is not true. I thought you did this way. Let else. Oh, it's just no semicolon? Why was I thinking that there needed to be a semicolon? No, I was just making up the semicolon requirement. All on my own. I have no idea. Okay. So, anyways. Let's see. I think it's because I always mix this up. Because this one is if let, and this one you just do let instead of the if. Well, the semicolon was just all on me. But I do think that this mixes me up every single time because the one's an if let and the other one's just a let and then the else goes here. You don't do if else. Which in my head it would be like an if else. You know, we'd do an if let some this else do the other thing. I get why they leave it off because you're only doing the else, but that trips me up. Did you know that C has if let? I did not. Well, what do you mean it has if let? It does not. I can guarantee you that. It doesn't have this same concept. Now, you might be talking about something else, but it doesn't have any unwrapping. Okay, now here, let's do If the node, basically that. So that if this is us, skip the current node. Yeah. Candidate ID is probably a bad. It's our ID. It's just our fully qualified DNS name. That's fine. That's fine. And is that all we need to do? So now we handle the full roster. And we connect to everybody else. We also deal with the fact that it can be optional. If it's optional, we just return. Okay, so I think that's all that this connect to Raft server needs to do, right? So now we just need to use it up here. Where did we get these things? I deleted the code. I believe we did this. Let config. Yeah. Done. And this is important because we get self out of this, plus the client is a arc, right? Yeah. So that's cloning the arc. So this will still have that reference to the Raft client. So when we make that connection back, the self will still have it. It's a little funky of a way of doing that. I don't know that that's how we'll keep doing that. The reason we do this like this, though, is because this way we can sit and retry in the background. And it doesn't have to connect immediately. Right. RGJ power. That is valid C, but that's not an if let, right? That's just an if statement. Which is fine. Like, a C doesn't need an if let. Sure, it's similar. Every language has something similar. I mean, like, I think we could write that in every language, even Lisp. All right. So the only thing that we have to do now is we have to update the Raft protocol itself, because the Raft protocol goes through things, right? And what we need to say is if we're a single node, we don't reach consensus. You're just the leader. So how do we do that, and where do we do that? That's the interesting part. Now, if you're wondering why we're doing all of this, well, one, most databases, even if they reach consensus, allow you to run as a single node. That's a pretty standard practice. The other thing is we have a performance issue. We actually have a performance issue. Oh, we have this issue too. You know what? We'll put this in progress too, and we're working on this performance issue. So we have this performance issue where it's not running nearly as fast as I thought it should. Now, that could be one of my theories, is that it's just network congestion on my... I'm sorry, I have like an eyelash or something. It's just that is bugging the crap out of me. All right. One of my theories is that part of it is because we're reaching consensus with a very chatty protocol, and then also hounding it with messages on a single network. but it's actually sending it out to the network and back for all of the nodes. So that's one theory that's making me think that could cause it to be worse. Is it? I don't know if it's the actual issue or not, but we're gonna try figuring that out. One of the ways to make that easier to see is just to remove that piece and see if it performs any better. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We want to run it in a single mode. And then if these two things here don't work, we've got to go in depth on our multi-threading, which will be good. It'll also be painful. By the way, I use Arch is a true statement, but also a name. What are we doing? We're learning. So one of the things I set out about a year and a half ago to do was to help people learn distributed systems by actually building a distributed system. And I don't mean use somebody else's distributed systems. A lot of times when people do that, they're like, well, I used Kafka and Aerospike and I built a distributed system because those databases handled it for me and I was just stateless. I mean, how do we distribute state and manage replicating a log across machines? So that's what we're doing, and we're building it from the ground up. RDJ Power, that's actually really cool. Building the enum with something like that. That's actually a cool little thing to do. So that being said, we have some it's not running nearly as fast as it should, in my opinion. Now, we don't have bulk uploads because honestly, the goal was to upload 1 billion results, and that was going to take like a year. It was that slow. Maybe not a whole year, maybe a week, but still, it shouldn't take a week for 1 billion records. I wasn't even going to get to 1 million records. It was taking like 10-15 seconds to do 1,000 records. Ugh, disgusting. Anyways, it shouldn't. Now, again, in theory, if you're doing 1 billion records, you should have a bulk upload method. But yeah, I don't have that either. That's a batch upload. We have that for a future episode. I have no idea what you mean by passing state across machines. How does it do it with a DB? This is a replication factor. So I'm sure you've heard of something called a replication factor. A lot of different things have it. Even stuff like S3 actually replicate your data. That's how the durability, you know how they have 11 nines of durability, 11 freaking nines of durability, which is amazing. It's because they replicate that. When they store it, they don't store just one. Now, the question comes when you replicate it, when you replicate that across machines, you have this chunk of data, and you have these machines sitting down here. And you replicate this on all the machines, this chunk of data, whatever it is. How do you ensure when this gets updated on this machine, that it then also gets updated on these machines? What if this fails? Red was a terrible choice. What if this fails? And so this is where the consensus comes in. Can we reach consensus on what the value is supposed to be? These machines would be the servers, yeah. The nodes, the actual physical storage. And now this gets more abstract when you're talking about something like S3 because maybe the storage is separate from the compute And so maybe it's stored in 3 different banks of disk drives, but you know, maybe there's only one physical CPU that's orchestrated. Like I said, there's a lot of variables. I'm keeping everything simple, but that's what we're doing right now. So we've so far implemented really simplistic raft, which if you don't know what raft is, there's basically two common ways of doing known consensus. Unknown consensus, or, you know, untrusted consensus. You're talking about like Bitcoin, blockchain, and that's untrusted consensus. We're talking about trusted or known roster consensus. There's basically 2 common ways of doing it. Raft consensus algorithm. This is the one that we implemented. If you want to look it up and check it out, you can go give it a check. The other one is Paxos. This is not what I wanted. This is decent. It was between 2 consensus adults. Scott. All right. Welcome. So we went with Raft, but we actually have to bring Raft closer to Paxos. So we implemented Raft, but Raft has some shortcomings. Pure Raft is locked to snapshots. We don't want a snapshot. Snapshots is stupid simple, but it has issues. And so we don't want that. We don't want issues. So what I'm going to do is my first video that will be put on the Null channel is going to be on implementing basic Raft. And that's what we've done so far. The next thing is taking Raft to the next level. We're going to basically take Raft and do a really awesome multi-Raft. You know, we might call it Yacht. I don't know. I don't know that we'll go through the trouble of actually proposing a design document for it. We could, because one of the things that's annoying is there's been several people to do multi-raft, but not one of them has went out and put not one of them has put an actual like proposal for a standard for doing it. So we're gonna do that. You will feel my wrath. Scott B, you're just on fire today. You're on fire today. Also, if you guys don't know, Martin Klapman's book, Designing Data Intensive Application, is in my top 5 books must read. You have to go read this. You can actually get it for free. I recommend you go buy it to support Martin Klapman's work. It's a fantastic book. I actually gave away some last Christmas. Maybe I'll buy a few more and give them away. I think I'm not going to do the physical copies. I think I'm going to do Kindle, which kind of would suck because then you have to have something to read a Kindle ebook, but it will make shipping it around the world easier, right? It's just a fantastic learning experience. Fantastic book. Very smart person. Okay, anyways, that being said, we implemented Raft, and it's not as fast as it should be, in my opinion. Now, why? I don't know. So we're going to try to figure out. The very first thing that we're doing is allowing us... We did all this thing, and now we have to run with 3 or 5 or 7 nodes. We have to be able to reach consensus. And if we can't, our database won't run. And so what we want to do is say if we're a single node, we can run by ourselves. And we're not going to replicate. There's going to be no replication factor because that is what it is. It is what it is. A Kindle ebook does work on a computer. That's fine. Everybody that watches Twitch has a computer. I get that. I just, reading on a computer is not nearly as nice as reading on a Kindle. I don't find it as nice, but and I do have a Kindle. I actually really like it. You know what I love about a Kindle versus a physical book? Look how small that text is. Somebody of my reading caliber struggles reading that. And when I can get it on the Kindle, I can make the words nice and big. I can pick a font that is nice and easy to read. And that's amazing. That's like, for me, a Kindle has revolutionized my ability to actually read stuff with speed. I read something like a physical book much slower, much more painfully. It's awesome for me. I know there are some people that like the physical books, and I completely understand that. If that's you, that's fantastic. All right, back to work. Okay, so on our tick, so Raft, for those of you just joining, in Raft, you actually have these basically states. It's a big state machine, and you can be in one of 3 states. There's only one node that can be a leader. There's any number of nodes can be a candidate during an election period, and everybody else has to be a follower. So basically, when you're coming through this code base, and this is all open source, there's going to be videos that cover all of this as well. We're working on making that next video right now. But you can actually see, basically, this is programmed to the spec of Raft. So if you go read that paper, the code is all right here for everything that it does in a candidate, and everything is a follower here. We could break some of this out. I love that it's all in one file, though. This is the logic of a follower. Pretty awesome, actually. Okay, so what we need to do is say, if there's nobody else, we become the leader. There's no roster. So I think, let's see, we have this where we do, we have the tick, right? Here. So this is our main execution loop of the state. The diagrams can, you're correct. I don't know what it is, because sometimes the diagrams are fine with digital books. Sometimes the diagrams are just, it looks like somebody scanned it in from the book with like a low resolution scanner. Unreadable. Like I said, that's why I kind of avoided the Kindle at first. I like it, but I also realized that I like it for different reasons than the majority of people do. And I'm very understanding of that. I'm very understanding of that. But shipping is especially when you're talking about big old books, big old fat old books, I'm not super rich. And so that was painful for me. That was super painful. So I'd like to give more of those books away, and I love supporting the people that actually do it. So I'm super happy to do it. I just like to get rid of the shipping part. Okay. So we could just do something here in the run tick to check for this. I feel like this should just be tick. Can we rename this? I feel like run tick is like it just makes me think of the animal, the tick. Like, go run tick. A tick is the thing to be run. Anyways, we're renaming it. Actually, how do we rename in Z? Rename in Z. Rename. CD. Change definition. Okay, okay. Let's see. We're going to call this tick. Beautiful. Beautiful. So we could put a check here to see if we're the only one, but I hate to run that check on every tick, right? That means like every other thing running in real mode, and this is one thing that you have to think about when you're doing like what are you putting in the flow control? And so if you're running a tick, that means that for every other follower, every other candidate, every other thing, you're putting in this check for something that's likely not to be true in a production database. So I don't love this option. Is there a way we can just skip all of this? Can we just inject that we're the leader? Can we just do it on run? Before we get here, let's yeah, we can do it here. We can do it here. When we do this, okay. Check this out. On our new function, we're just going to do it here. This is the easiest thing that we can do. This is fantastic. This is beautiful. This is actually beautiful. Let's do this. Let state equal match config dot roster. Some roster. All right, so here, this is actually switched. This is actually inverted. So if we have a roster, we want to be a follower. We want to start as a follower. But if there is no roster, if we're a single node, we're just going to start in a new leader. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we might need to update leader, right? Because leader state. Oh, I don't know what the AI was doing here. Leader state, does it need to know followers? It does not appear to be so. It also doesn't have a new function. It does have a new function. Just the heartbeat in term though. Okay. The AI just made stuff up. Let's see, just this, right? Okay. All right, let's see. We have some errors. Wait. What was... Oh, it was G layer switch. That didn't work. All right. Cannot find roster. Oh. Did I screw all this up? I did very badly. Node? None. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Was this me screwing it up? Because I know I copied and pasted stuff around a little. I feel like this got very screwy. We don't need any of that, I don't think. I don't know why I did this, right? I think I can just do this. My goodness. My goodness. We can do that because we don't need to know the roster. We're literally just setting ourselves to a follower state. Okay, yeah. This is good. And then we can just do that and then just do state here. All right. It doesn't like this. Shorthand struck in. Oh, right, because it's called state. Beautiful. All right. Yeah. Okay, so now if we don't give it a roster, should be fine, right? I think so. I think this should allow us to run in single node because it's always just going to then jump to being a leader. All right, there are 7 errors in this project, so let's go to these. Why is this an error? How do I actually go to it? Ah, there we go. Oh, this is in our tests. Okay. This test has been broken. Yes. As of last week, this test was broken. Okay. That's fine. Are all of these in the tests? Yes. This might compile then. No, it doesn't. It does not. Config roster.length. Okay. This is what I was looking for. Leader. We didn't quite get the leader fixed. Oh, wait. It's what? G. There we go. Okay. So having it be an option in here is kind of a pain. Because at this point we can check it, but we know that if... Oh. No. It's true because we jumped straight to being a leader. But what we didn't actually think about here... is that we jumped straight to being a leader, but the leader still gets consensus when it requests a value, right? And we validate that by checking if we're greater than half of the length of the roster. How do we want to do this in a sane way? We can just unwrap this. You know what? You know what we could do? You know what we could do? Is there a... I'm trying to learn to think about writing Rust like Rust. I tend to write Rust like other languages sometimes. And I feel like I need to get better about thinking less like I'm accustomed to. So I feel like we could do... Let's start up here. Let's do I wanted to try to do this cleanly, but I was going to do it with a match statement, but I don't think a match statement works here. Yeah, that's not what I really wanted, was it? I mean, we can just unwrap this sucker. Like, that's fine. But what we also want to do, honestly, we're not going to send anything out because there's not going to be any clients. So basically, it's going to do this to do a replication, but there's going to be nothing to do. So it's going to skip that. The roster will have a none. So I guess we can just do a... I feel like we could do the check up here, but then we're putting the check in the critical path when it doesn't need to be. So then and so like running single node will be less efficient, I guess. I hate this. One second, I gotta think about this. I'm just gonna start typing. I'm overthinking. Let sum of config.roster. What is this config item? Is it not a raft config? It is a raft config, which means it has a roster. I don't know why. This was not wanting me to do config.roster. Okay. Oh. Because I'm in the sum. Oh, my brain is just long week. Okay, let's all right. So here we can just use roster. Okay. And then here, if it's not this, right? Return. Wait. Return none. Oh, we have a shared reference here. Okay. That's kind of ugly. There's probably a better way of doing this. I'm blanking out. I'm barely able to function this morning for some reason. So if we're the only one, we've reached consensus. We won't send out any requests because there'll be none in the list. I almost feel like we could just check this, right? We already have this. Instead of checking the roster here, we could just do the clients. Now, the thing is, we need the roster here because the clients is the currently connected clients, which doesn't necessarily mean the roster, because if we're in a split brain, we have to know that we have the majority, which means we have to check the roster, not the client connected clients. Yeah, so we have to check the roster anyways. Let's actually document this. If there is no roster, we are running in single node mode and have reached consensus. Beautiful. Okay. Okie dokie. Now it means we can build in single node mode, right? Yeah. And then we got to fix all these tests. Now, let's see. We have this, we have this. Do you know what we're going to do here? We're going to do this right here. Default value is going to be do you do it like this? False? I don't know if that's how you do that, or I would hope not. But I mean, it's expecting it to get from the command line, so I think it's a string that they try to convert. Because they're expecting a They're expecting a... I messed something up. It looks right to me. Wait, what did I... syntax error. Syntax error. Missing trailing single quote? No, I think it was just hiccuping. It's gone. Okay, I was going to say, I didn't need a single... okay, it's fine. It's fine. We're okay. We're okay. Okay, good job. And then roster is an option. This has a default value. ID is an interesting one because in theory, we don't need an ID for running locally, right? But we're gonna leave that. Default value. Let's actually give this ID a default value, right? Because we can do it like this. And then this is where the proto buffers are gonna, the actual Raft protocol is going to bind. This is the web server. Okay, yeah. So now, if I have done everything correctly, the only thing that we have to pass in is nothing. Is absolutely freaking nothing, right? Let's try this. Can we just run it like this? Because this would be super cool for people that just downloaded it. Okay, that didn't work out exactly how we wanted. We might have made a thread panic. You know what? It was close. It ran. All right, mod, Raft mod 216. Mod 216. Can we just go to a line number like... Oh, its Vim support is so good. I'm gonna annoy somebody with this. It's better than Emacs Vim support. All right. Oh, what have I done? That's not true, Dirk. I have used Emacs. Actually, Evil Emacs is the one that I use. Evil is the one that is like Vim bindings, basically. Isn't it? It's like Emacs for Vim. Now, this was before I knew Vim motions very well. Like, for a long time, I've known how to use Vim at a high level, but I've only recently, like, actually looked at learning. So, you know, maybe I need to do Evil again. Maybe I need to dip my toe into Evil again. I do like trolling too. I actually do like. There's enough of it on the internet, so I hold myself back. But I do love trolling a little, just a little. Okay. Why was that a problem? So obviously port was wrong, right? How are you doing, Dirk? It's good to see you. Well, I have a pretty big video coming up Let's see. Editor tier list. So yeah, we got to test all of these. Why today I'm working in Zed editor. Well, let's see. I have used NetBeans, Eclipse. I actually played around with Helix. Used NeoVim. VS Code I have used extensively. Fleet I used for 2 weeks. Zed I've used a little bit on and off. Emacs I gave a shot at a while ago. Like I said, that was before I knew Vim motions at all. I just knew like the basics of Vim. I used to use Notepad++, used Ed supplying text. I definitely used Xcode quite a bit. The only ones that I really haven't used is Dreamweaver and MS Front Page. Now, I can't sit here and tell you that I used Emacs for 12 years and can give it as a fair comparison as I can VS Code, InVim, and Visual Studio, and Xcode. Those I know by far the best. I had about a year stint with NetBeans because I felt like I was cool because I was using NetBeans instead of something else to write Java. I had a painful year with Eclipse before Android Studio was a thing. Wait, do I not have IntelliJ in here? I don't. Okay. I need to do that. I have no idea how to spell IntelliJ. We're just going to spell it that way for right now. Anyways. So yeah, I've actually used these more than you guys probably think. Dude, I mean, I've been programming for like 8 years. And I have tried Evil Emacs. I think that's the one that's Vim supports, right? I think that this is yeah. The V. That's how it's pronounced for all of you. V? Yeah. 100% this is what I tried. The reason I tried it, so the reason I tried this when I was working at SUSE was I was in a spot where I was doing a lot on remote machines. And what I wanted was the same environment all over the place. So one of the downfalls of NeoVim would be that my configuration is local to my machine. And what I liked about Emacs was I was going to use it, you know, my local configuration across a bunch of other machines. That's why I used it. Doom is I can try this. Does it come out with Vim support? Who want less framework in their frameworks? I'll give it another shot. Like I said, I haven't touched Emacs for 6 years now. As long as it has Vim motions. The one that I'm probably not giving a fair chance here is Helix. I haven't decided whether I do Helix for a week. I've heard a lot of good things about Helix having like awesome motions that make sense which seems really cool. But I feel like it's almost like JavaScript in browsers, where it's like VI motions, Vim motions are so ubiquitous throughout that, at least at this point, it just makes more sense to learn those a little bit better, because I'm still early in my days. I know you wouldn't like those, Dirk. That does not surprise me at all. Does not surprise me. Now, what surprises me is this error. Oh. Originally, we were just passing in the port, not our fully qualified domain name. So, and we were using that as our port. Okay. So we need to break this up. This actually makes sense now why we were erroring here, because we're passing in this port and that's not right. Okay. So let's see, we're getting the port from the candidate ID, but what we really need to do is parse the port out of here. Let's see. Okay, so Dirk, here's my thoughts on it. For people that started in 1980, and there was nothing better than Emacs and Vim, while it had a high learning ceiling, like, and then once you started configuring and understanding all the things, it was pretty easy. You know, you got into it. But there was nothing else. So we'll put Emacs up here. You know, that's a terrible way of drawing that. It has a steep learning curve is what I wanted to say. So like its learning curve is like this. Okay? And there's just so much to do. Okay? Now, you fast forward to 2022 or later. You know, that's not the current year. Let's just do 2024 since that's the current year. You fast forward here, and there are so many options that let you just go. And then they get more difficult. Like I will actually give you that I think you can probably be faster with Vim and Emacs and those type of solutions, and they have their real benefits. But the problem is their curve is still like this. Okay? If there was no automated way to configure your LSP and your XYZ and your QRY, like it's still like this. And so what Kickstarts do, like a Kickstart, it doesn't bring it to this. It doesn't bring it to Visual Studio Code levels. It doesn't bring it to Zeditor levels. But what Kickstart does is it says, well, maybe we can do this. You know, we can flatten that curve a little. And obviously there's like Vim motions, and then there's like custom configuring to make yourself better. So there's definitely still some humps in it, but it makes it a lot more approachable. Apollo, I use Vim and NeoVim as a single. When I say Vim motions, I'm talking about the concept of Vim motions and that type of thing. I'm not saying Vim specifically. I apologize if that's not clear or wasn't clear. But so Kickstart does this. And it makes it approachable. It makes it so that you can get to this. Because I can tell you, if there wasn't Kickstart, if there wasn't Doom, if there wasn't these things, nobody new would use them. The learning curve is too steep. Because there's so many easy options out there that are fine. See, but I think that you don't understand. I own the Kickstart. I cloned it. I own that crap now. And Dirk, again, even if you couldn't, let's say with like Doom, probably can't, and that's fine. It's a distribution, kind of. That's fine. Once I've used Doom for a while, I've gotten the feeling of Emacs for a while. Now that I've learned Emacs, now that maybe I've gotten over this hump here and learned Emacs, maybe I can leave Doom and I can do it myself if I want. Because I got something that let me get over that hump, be productive. This is like a year of not being productive. This is like a week of not being productive. You know? Ludwiz Art. Ludwiz? I'm going to go with Ludwiz Art. It's good to see you here. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for being part of it. Being able, I think that this is a big misconception. I think this is a big misconception. Being able to configure it how you want doesn't inherently make it better, I don't think. Now, that being said, configurability makes it so that by default, it doesn't have to be perfect for everyone because everybody's different. But there could be a zero configuration option out there that is perfect for some small subset. Configuration allows it to be the perfect solution for more people. The more configurable, though, the more time you spend configuring. And there's a certain subset of people that don't want to spend their lives configuring or learning how to configure. I really dislike this because the thing that we want to do, the thing that we all want to do is build awesome things. And I'm going to let you in on a secret here. I'm going to let you in on a secret. No matter what you like, whatever one it is here, or if it's one that's not on this list, you can build awesome things with it. Doesn't actually matter. So the only thing that matters with an editor is if you like it and you are productive with it. So that means that if somebody came in here and said that Xcode was their most productive editor because they had used it and they just know it, and even though it's terrible, they can build amazing things with Xcode. Xcode might be worse than Word for code editing. You've heard it here first. Xcode might actually be worse. But that's okay. If you like using it and you can build your amazing things, don't let anybody discourage you from doing that. So go build something and do it in whatever editor makes you smile. If there's an editor that makes you smile, you know what? I might just program in Notepad++ to troll you all. I might write a custom plugin for it to make it awesome. For me. Just for me. Don't tempt me. All right, we need to split this, right? I agree but disagree that productivity wins over learning your own tools every single time. I don't understand that sentence, Dirk. I'd be happy to. Okay, well, Dirk, one, I was talking about an editor, which I believe is much more personal than the tools you use as a team. If your team uses IRC and you want to be a productive member of the team, you've got to learn the tools that the team are using. I don't think that carries over to editors. Absolutely. Now, if you want to say that your whole team uses an editor because it allows you to do remote code, so I actually have used Goland because our team likes to use Goland because they actually use it to do remote coding sessions together, and they love doing that. So guess what? I do use Goland, and I have learned to use it quite well because of that, because it is a team tool. Team tools are completely different than personal tools. You force people to use Emacs at work? That's kind of ridiculous. Like, I'm not even gonna joke. Like, again, unless if you have a remote thing that you do, to force somebody to use a specific editor seems like a very toxic workplace. We don't even force JetBrains. Like I said, the team themselves likes doing it because that's how they share stuff. And so if you want to do a remote coding session with them, it's provided. And the team has JetBrains or Goland provided as well. So if you want a subscription, you can get a subscription. But if you want to use Vim, you can use Vim too. That seems super toxic of a workplace. I mean, having standards is different than, you can make P4 commits without Emacs, right? I don't know. Personally, that seems super toxic. That sounds like a group of like cranky people who are like, no, this is the best tool. Emacs is the best tool. That's what Emacs people would do. That is 100% the stereotype of an Emacs person. No, this is the best tool. Why would you use anything else? I don't know. I'm fine with people that like to use Emacs, but sadly, they seem like they're falling into a very bad stereotype. You can blame progress on the editor during your pip. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. That I'm mortified. I'm sorry, Dirk. I have been forced to use editors. Xcode is one. Not that the job forced me to use Xcode, but Apple themselves forced me to use Xcode. Visual Studio is another one. When I was writing, this one was a little less forced, but I was writing, Windows shaders. And not for a game, I know. I was writing Windows shaders, but Visual Studio had the best support for their HSL. I forget the 4 letters, their shader. Visual Studio had the best support, so I did use that, but I was kind of forced because it was the only thing that had really great support for it. I have never worked at a place that would have the audacity to tell me what operating system and what editor to use. I don't think slamming down a fully configured thing and writing code is going to necessarily make you more productive either. Well, I mean, if you're writing good code, then yeah. If you're just writing configuration, probably not. I don't know. Dirk, you said that you had to use Emacs. Your statement was that you were forced to use Emacs. Not that you have a standard for your commit messages, which is fine. I'm all for standards. And if one of your standards lends itself to something like Emacs, well, that's fine too. I'm fine with being like, hey, this is the standard and we have a tool that does it if you want to use it. All right, we need to split this up. So this is actually the fully qualified domain name now. We could just do like, we can just do this. I don't love this. And then this is going to be the split. Yeah, okay, we gotta call the collect on it. That's what we need. Collect. I write my Apollo. I do too. Now I know that Dirk and I had a conversation on this. I understand the present tense argument. I've never seen a commit message that past or present tense actually changed anything about it. So like, I get it. I feel like it's overly nitpicky. A lot of the time. Yeah. Yeah, so the argument is, and it makes sense. I agree. Now, I actually generally write in past tense because that makes sense to me. Because when you read a log, it's what happened in the past. So to me, present tense, it makes sense. But, and I actually do try, when I'm contributing to an open source project to write in present tense. So the idea is that the log commit is what happened then. And what happened then is currently present for that log message. My thing is, if you really want to get down to it, what does it matter? I have never seen a message in past or present tense that changed the meaning based off of the tense. I don't know. I'm sure that there's one example somebody can point to, but the general example I can't for the life of me. I get the argument that, you know, that's what happened right then. That's why it should be present tense. I think that's super overly picky of like English grammar, and it depends on how you look at a log history. But right, Russell, that's how I look at it. This works or this worked. I have never seen the meaning change. And so like for me, it's very hard to comprehend. There are some people that get very picky about it. Right, Dirk, I understand, and I read a lot of commits too, but for me, they read just as easily with past tense, right? Like their meaning never changed. I don't know. Right. You can say how it would change the repo if applied with past or present tense. And the thing is, without the whole graph chain, okay? So if we go to the cherry pick example, here, and let's say we're just going to draw really quickly a really simple Merkle tree here. Not really. All right. Okay. Now, if you cherry pick this here, the problem with this is what this changed could or could not have depended on this in actuality. Like the changes here could be completely innocuous to what happened in here. But the thing is, it could also be somewhat related. And the fact is that when cherry picking based on the commit message, there's no way of knowing unless if you actually look at the code. If you look at the whole chain that is here. Now, if you're accepting the whole chain, if you're accepting this and this, then that's different. And generally you shouldn't cherry pick this over this. And so this is also fine. But even if we go and we pick this and put it up here, there's no saying that this commit didn't change something that this did as well. So there's, again, no saying that this commit message is completely accurate on how it's going to change the thing. This is why you then have to look at the code, and you have to also know how the repo has changed over time since that fork has happened. So while a commit message should give you a very quick idea of where and what was changed to help make that, past or present tense, in my opinion, I've never seen that make a difference, technically speaking. I have never cherry-picked without looking at the actual code. Now, if you're able to do that, you have reached a commit message level that I haven't been able to do. I always do the code. I look at the merge basically and validate how it was going down. Again, if you can do it based off of purely the commit message, you have reached a different level of commit message than I have. I actually like GPG key signing. Unpopular belief. Unpopular thing here. I would like big projects like Kubernetes to require GPG signing. Apollo, 100%. It doesn't seem like for a solo project that you need it. 100%. But I think that Kubernetes should require every commit signed and them to be signed by other people in the web of trust, like their key to be signed off on because this, we all know that what's their face was what was the thing, the one thing that just happened recently. Why can't I think? I want to say Gary Tan, but I don't think it was Gary Tan. My goodness. Jai Tan. Thank you. Jai Tan, not Gary Tan. And it was XZ. Thank you. Thank you, Apollo and Russell. That's exactly. So, this won't perfectly solve it, because the thing is, the problem here is this. Jai Tan could get his key signed, most likely. Most likely, they would be able to get their key signed by somebody. And so the web of trust eventually breaks down because not everybody forces you to pull out your driver's license. I'm not going to show it because it has my location, but what should be done for Kubernetes maintainers, for people that have the ability to accept a pull request, is they should have to get on a call. They should have to pull out their, again, I'm not going to pull out my driver's license. They should have to show it on a video chat with another maintainer, with another person that can accept pull requests, show their ID, and get their key signed by other maintainers. And then the web of trust is Kubernetes maintainers. If I ever had a large open source project, the core maintainers would all have to do that. I don't, so I don't do that. But it also depends on the product. Kubernetes is much more, this right now. If one of you guys joined in and worked hard on helping with not the database, but the Twitch alerts, so other people could have awesome Twitch alerts. I'm not gonna do that there for a while. But if I made like an actual database or something like that became a big open source project that corporations, that's what I would do. I know it kind of sucks, but I think that, and I'm not going to sit here and say that an open source project needs to do security stuff if they don't want to. If that's not their concern, that's not their concern. But it is my concern. I've gotten much more involved in the security aspect of things over the last couple of years. And if I was ever to make a product that was going to be used for that, like in enterprises and stuff, 100%, like I would have stuff like that. That is a good point. Like, that's a solid point, Russell. That it's flawed. Like I said, it's flawed, but you do the best that you can, right? Like, nothing is perfect. And that's why we do the layers of security, right? No one thing is perfect. And in a world where no one thing is perfect, you have to put in layers, right? So you do the best that you can. Why is that signed in crayon? I was gonna say, like, there's also like, so yeah, I mean, no, you're not going to spot a fake ID. I mean, fake IDs have been a thing for the world over. But if you're on a video call and you see my face, at least you know I'm a real person with a real card. And you know, in theory, it would be great if everybody that was a maintainer could get together once a year, so that there's actually that physical thing. But that doesn't mean that there's not some hacker that comes in person. I mean, like, not even that does it. And you know, just because we're all from the United States, again, I'm not going to show you my driver's license, but all of our driver's licenses are different. Every single state has the right to make their own driver's license, so they're all freaking different. Okay, so yeah, if somebody wanted to, they could get past it. This is why you have layers every single time. You have layers every single time. Let's see. I think the port is just expected to be a string. Thank you. But no thank you, AI. I don't need your help. Yeah. Russell, actually, you're 100% right. KnowBe4. KnowBe4 is a security company who hired a North Korean hacker that used AI to generate a photo. I have admitted to this. I didn't say it was perfect, did I? It requires you to have at least gone through the steps of spoofing all of that stuff. But I have said from the beginning that there's a human error to it, and it's not perfect. So you can point out that it's not perfect. Again, I have stated this. You get this is Twitch. You demand perfect. All right, we'll come up with the perfect solution next weekend. Okay, I'm gonna be ill next weekend though. I just feel it coming on. Okay, why is this? Borrowed data escapes outside of method. What borrowed data am I borrowing here? That escaping outside of, let's see. Look, if I could do no ads, I would do no ads. I make very little from ads. DNA signing. You know what a solution I would prefer? A solution I would prefer is actually anonymous. I would prefer not needing to know who you were. Thank you, Scott B. Thank you. I think that would be, if we could come up with a solution that was, I think it would be a better solution if it didn't depend on who you were. I actually had this idea, and I don't know that this is a good one because this has obvious failures. If we talk about the web of trust, And let's say that you were rated based off of your good contributions, and your rating went up with good contributions and down with bad things. And we can talk, more about Web of Trust, whatever. Don't know, don't care. And so basically, you could build 3 profiles if you'd like, all working on this, on getting this. And it's not tied to who you are. This is tied to a persona. Now, there's all manners of abuse of this system, because like I said, you could create 3 that basically fed each other, to bolster, or 100 or 1,000, to bolster, one of these nodes. So there's obviously what I'm thinking of wouldn't work directly. But if we could think of a system that would do this, that's what I would like. I don't necessarily care who you are, and I kind of would love to not need to care. Now, obviously, I have to care. At this point, we don't have a system that could operate this way that couldn't also be abused in the same way that makes it awesome. Occupy the web. Russell, I like AI security, because it's statistical analysis. That's what you want. That's what you need. It makes so much sense. No, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You can't bait me like that and say, see, that's what I was not going with that. I was not going with that. That was not what I was. No. You can't pull you can't be like, he talked about it because I brought it up, thus I was right about him talking about it. I was not talking about it until you brought it up. That is not a valid bait, okay? This won't work though, right? This is not correct either, because that's gonna have the same issue. So do we have to do this? Okay, 1 second. I am blanking on this, but let's just do this really quickly. We'll go all this thing 1. Okay, thing 1 is that. And then let ID vec equal. And then what we're going to do here is, no. Oh my goodness, what have I done? I did things. There we go. Let ID vec equals thing 1. Right, this is also not going to work, right? Learns to sleep. We're doing pretty good. Other than this, right, thing 1 does not live long enough. But why is it not living long enough? And I'm blanking on why this wouldn't be living long enough. I want you to live, thing 1. You're my creation. A candidate ID is a string, right? Yeah. So we're just doing what we did down here, right? I'm blanking on why thing 1 is dying so quickly. I'm trying to give it life. Blockchain for commits. Maelstrom and Russell. That would be... I feel like I should write a book now. Like one of those dystopian books about blockchain. And then one about AI. It's going to be the Hunger Games. Because it sounds like another book, but it's actually completely different. It's because you have to play a blockchain game for, you know, you have to, they decided to use the blockchain to give out rations, you know, but it continually gets longer and longer to pick another block. Oh gosh, okay. The Hungry Games. Okay, why, for the love of all things good, does this not live long enough? What am I missing? I feel like as a string, after I cloned it, thing one should live perfectly long. It's a chronic smoker. It's all right, kids. Don't smoke. It's bad for you. I don't know why inhaling smoke into your lungs is needed to be said as bad for you. Like, I feel like that should be self-evident. That's like saying don't hit yourself in the head with a hammer. It's bad for you. I'm like, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. What does this mean? This is a turbo fish. So basically, the collect has a generic. This is B, and that B is from an iterator. So if this is an iterator, which split produces an iterator, then this is going to take this. This is the generic. And it's going to collect it into type of vector of string. One second. Is there more information here? Rust thing one does not live long enough. Borrowed candidate. One second. Does this? Oh, wait. Argument requires that thing one is borrowed for static? Oh. 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 I'm so dumb. Can I do this? Maybe I can't do this. What's this error? Oh, okay. Can we do... Okay, I understand now. That is a string to string. Can we do this? Can we do this? No? Okay, I'm understanding now. I think. Future Highway, move 67 into 68. It was there, but I was breaking it out to understand better where we were breaking down. Is this a NeoVim or VS Code? This is NeoVim. No, this is neither. This is Z-Editor. I've been using NeoVim for a while. This is the Z-Editor. The Z-Editor of your life. All right. Let me think here really quickly. So split is looking for... Okay, so this is why string doesn't live long enough, because it was looking for a static thing. Is there a better thing? Rust split string. Stack Overflow, come on. Now this is not a string. So that's not what I want. I want an actual string. I capitalized it, Google. Not a string. No, it doesn't, Scott. I don't have an account. See this? Sign in. I don't have an account. So that borrow happens to thing in the spawn? I don't have a spawn. I have a spawn here. Yeah. I've never made an account. I can sign in, but I haven't signed in. You can sign in? I don't know that signing in does anything. It wants you to do it with GitHub. It would be cool. They have like a commit and git integration, so I'm assuming that that's what that does, but I haven't done it. But okay, so you're saying the borrow thing one happens in the spawn, which is fine because wait. Where does it happen? In the spawn. The borrow of port. Oh, which would be borrowing thing one, right? But that should be fine, right? It's a clone. So all of this isn't used past this. So borrowing all of it should be fine, right? And I mean, we could move all of this into here. That's not going to fix anything though, right? So this did work. Because then we didn't move the parts afterwards. Okay, I understand. Let me recap here. 1 second. This won't work because only this gets moved. And the thing that didn't get moved was thing one. If we moved thing one into here, it would be fine. But what happens is this gets cleaned up at the end of this scope here. But port one, which is just a slice of thing one, gets moved here. So it doesn't live long enough. Makes complete sense. I was being dented. Thank you, Future Highway. Let's do this. Beautiful, beautiful. Right. I got it, Future Highway. I was kind of thinking it would because I wasn't thinking. All right, we have an ad about to start. I'm going to go get a drink. Have a fantastic time watching this ad. What does the Tokyo Crate do? It's a thread execution library. That's the best I can tell you. It handles I/O. It handles multi-threaded I/O, kind of. That's a high-level overview, for sure. Good catch, Future Highway. That was my bad. I wasn't thinking about it. Good catch. It makes sense. As soon as you said, like, as soon as I realized it, I was like, oh yeah. Of course it doesn't know that thing 1 needs to go in there. I could have also just done the clone of thing 1 and put that in there. Yeah. Does the Null DB contain only null data? Absolutely not. Watch this. The ad. I gotta go. Have fun with this ad while I go get a drink. The Null DB is fantastic. It's fantastic. There is no database out there that is faster at returning null data. Just there's none out there. Not one of them. And this will return null data to you from a plethora of machines, not just one machine. We'll get that null data from some machine in the cluster. It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Let's put some data in this, see if it's actually working, right? Cargo run, actually, let's do this. I forget the command complete. Cargo run, bench desk. All right, port 3000? It's 3001, right? I think so. Let's just do this. Let's try it. No. What port are we listening on? Oh, 8080. I'm sorry. SQLite C. You just use SQLite and some good old C. Well, that's perfectly fine. All right, let's actually time this. Let's actually time this. It felt too long again. It felt entirely too long. So let's do this. What is it? Time. I believe it's no. I believe it's $$. Exclamation point $. Okay, that was the one that I wanted. Exclamation point $. But it's a little late. It's a little late. Obviously, still running in debug. We can fix that. But look at my CPU. Not nearly high enough. Yeah. 26 seconds for 1,000 records. That's terrible. It is pretty slow. Inserting 1,000 records with no real consensus. The CLI is running. So there's a couple things that we need to check at this point. So if we have 26 seconds, we did 1,000 records. So 26 divided by 1,000. Yeah, that's like, that is unbelievably slow per record. Now this is counting network traffic because this is going to the network, so it'd be a little faster on the machine. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's up the number of threads, because now we're on just a single machine. Let's, instead of 32, let's do 256. Now one thing that I'm interested in, I don't know that I've done the generator very well. And so maybe that's part of the problem. That actually made it run slower. Actually, this would be... I'm gonna move this out of our way. Future Highway. You would be a good source on this. I basically implemented a generator here. Maybe you were with me. I've never done this in Rust. This is what we did. Basically to make a generator where we want 1,000 records, and this is how many threads. What Vim plugins do I use? I mostly use Kickstarter. Kickstart. I've tweaked it a little, and you do use some of my own. And it's a Neo Vim thing, but it's this. All right. I don't know. How do I test this? So, I just bumped the number of threads up and it got slower. Maybe understandable, because you can cause thrashing. But I don't actually see a high CPU load, and maybe this is a disk issue. Let's do 5 threads. It does include connecting. So this is making the connections. Yeah. Oh, good point. Good point. Never mind. No. Let's look at that. I think it only actually makes the connection. I don't know. Yeah. It doesn't matter how many threads we do. It takes the same amount of time. Let's look at the connections. I think you're right that it makes a new connection each one. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. We did this. Remember? Load disks. This connection is not. Right? Now, there's a new HTTP request sent for each one, but this is only called once and passed to each one of them. Well, Cat Muffin, we can start getting into profiling. I was just trying to understand if there was anything major in the way, right? I was just trying to like exclude things that wouldn't even be caught in profiling because it's like a network bottleneck or something like that. So we can start. We got rid of consensus. So we know that it's not consensus. Actually, we could time it just to see. Yeah. Well, will Null be right now? It's a NoSQL key value store. What we do with it in the future is, what do you want to learn? What would you guys like to learn? If you would like to learn how a SQL statement query optimizer works, we can do that. We're just building one piece at a time. There's no goal for it. This isn't a system that should ever be used in production or anything like that. We are merely using it to learn. Is there any profiling tool that will tell specific? Yeah. So, one thing that we can do is use perf, because perf is going to doesn't perf work with Firefox profiler? But we don't really want that. What about hotspot? I shouldn't have just searched that. It's hotspot. What is it? It's a profiler. It's not a profiler, but we'll go with profiler. So maybe we'll just use this with perf. Yeah. See, you can do like perf, and you can start with this. You can also instrument your code, which we can do if we want. Okay, what was I going to do? Yeah, we'll do a hotspot. The thing that I was looking at here, I don't know to prove that this thing is actually using multiple threads to send records, right? I wanted to prove that, because it doesn't seem like me changing this number changes how fast it runs. And unless if we have a complete bottleneck on disk, because the only place we lock is around disk. So unless our disk is just completely hammered, it shouldn't matter, right? That would be the only... We have these mutexes. So none of these can be held. None of these are Tokyo indexes, right? So none of them are held over in await, which is good. So we shouldn't be blocking one of these indefinitely. It means they're all pretty short-lived. Now, we could have some lock contention. So that's one thing we have to look for. Do we have lock contention? The next thing that we have to look for is our disk. I don't know how to measure the performance of disk. Let's ask ChatGPT. One moment. Future Highway, is this in Git? Yes, it's in Git. You actually made an update to this. Oh, the CLI. So you made an update to the database, but the CLI is in just the next directory up. It's called CLI. So see the database here, a sibling file in the same place has a CLI. No. Okay. IO stat. Let's try this. We'll do it here. So we could run IO stat in the middle of it running to try to see if our drive is getting hammered. I think this is the drive that the Linux is running on. We can find that out, but let's just see it. Let's run this. Let's open up another WES term here, and what we're going to do is cargo. Can we just no? Oh, J CLI cargo run bench disk. What was this? Was port 8080. Are we not running anymore? No, we're not running anymore. I mean, this doesn't look like effectively no change. On our disk. So it's not disk contention. Or I doubt it. I doubt it's disk contention. Which would make sense. Like, we're not trying to store lots of data, honestly. All right. So let's use hotspot. Hotspot, here we come. Let's just yay -s hotspot. Come on, Arch, don't fail me now. Ew. I have to compile it. Where did I go wrong? Also, I don't know how to tell Arch to use more of my CPU to compile. Like, I think it uses one thread, literally one thread to compile it. Like, check it out. It's like poor thread 17. Now 1. Now 21. Now 5. Now 1. It might be faster if it just picked the same core to run on the entire time. That's what I'm thinking. And I know that you can compile C++. I've compiled a lot of C++. You can do C++ very quickly multi-threaded. Not seeing it on GitHub. What? GitHub. CLI right there. Boom. Oh, I haven't pushed it because we just did this last week, right? I haven't pushed this because this is all part of the same refactor. So I didn't push the CLI code with this benchmarking because we're trying to figure out why it's slow. And that's what this benchmarking is, right? I will push the code for you. Let's just go ahead and pull it up. I need to spawn the task, maybe? Okay, so that's why I was saying, like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that what I did here is correct. I don't know, because I've never done a generator style in Rust. I await this sucker. You like Rust? Are you welcome? You're absolutely welcome. You're welcome no matter what language you like, unless if it's Python or script. We hold those in contempt of court. You have a feeling they're done. This is why I said I needed to kind of validate that this was working. Because I honestly don't know. I've never done... let's ask ChatGPT. How do I make a generator in Rust multi-threaded? If you Tokyo spawn in the map and return the join handle to await those, it might do the trick. So I don't know that that will work how we currently have it set up, because this buffer strips the type out, remember? Would you possibly try using ChatGPT to make a crypto coin in the future, or you don't know? Well, I guess it depends on what you're trying to figure out and what you're trying to do. If you're trying to scam people, ChatGPT seems like a fantastic way to go. It's absolutely right up there. If you're trying to solve real-world problems, I would ask you what real-world problem you're trying to solve. And if I would ask ChatGPT for help or not, right now, it's more of a novelty than an actual useful thing. Sometimes it's right. Sometimes it does stuff like this. I can tell you a few things about this piece of code. For one, I would not do it like this. For two, there's a lot of ways to solve a problem. Let's handles. So you're just saying do this. It doesn't like that. I could delete this async too. We can try this. So in theory, if it works, it will send all the messages, right? And we'll know if it doesn't work because it won't send any messages. Fairly straightforward. This will either work or absolutely nothing will happen. That's right. It should be easy. Oh, we're still working here. We're still working. Okay. Sorry, Zeditor. Sorry, my friend. I need a terminal. That had the compiling in it as well. It's taking time. It's taking time, which is a good sign, honestly. It means that it's doing something, right? So your theory was probably correct. Bad sign is it took 27 seconds again. We can also go here. Yeah, it definitely sent it. So theory correct. Theory correct. So this works just as well, but is it multi-threaded? Is it? Okay, but so if we put Tokyo spawn here, it won't do it for the number of threads, right? In the map, we almost need to put this with threads here. And then in the map, we need to give it the number of things to do, right? And do the Tokyo spawn here. Right? Actually, we don't even need this. This is just a loop for the number of threads, and we do spawn, right? We do something like this. For I and threads. Let's see. Yeah. This is almost exactly what I was thinking. Except I was thinking of something that would work, unlike this garbage. Okay, we wanted actually this here, right? No value client clone. Okay, okay, well. We'll move that. Wait. There is no clone. What is... There should be a clone, right? Request says to clone it, right? That is the... Yeah, create one and reuse it. Because it has arc internally. Right. Okay. So this should be fine. All right. Tokyo spawn in the map, but this is for each record. This would spin up 1,000 of them, right? If we put Tokyo spawn here. Right, if I put Tokyo spawn here, this would spin up 1,000 of them, right? Right. Right. It would be 1,000 tasks, and it's really based off of how... You know what? This doesn't even matter here. This threads is this, because if this is executing on Tokyo, it's going to use whatever threads were, which is tied to cores by default. Right? Okay. I'm understanding. I was not thinking this through. So why do we need threads here? Adapter for creating a buffered list of pending futures. The stream's item can be converted into a future, then the adapter will buffer up to at most in futures and then return the outputs in the same order as the underlying stream. The return stream will be a stream of each future's output. Okay, yeah, right. So this is going to throttle it to 32 at a time. So we can do Tokyo spawn here. Okay, we'll do that. Let's see. We need another one of these. Is it right here that we need it? I think so, maybe? No? All right, I added Tokyo spawn. And so, yeah, this is where this curly brace goes. So that... Tokyo spawn also needs a... There we go. Okay, I got it. Do we want to return this handle? That was not what I meant to do. Cannot move out of client. A captured variable in a function mutable client is moved here. Right. Why is this struggling here? I'm missing something. C is borrowed here. This is going to return the join handle, right? So, oh wait. I need to do this, right? Oh, I need to await this. Because, yeah. Okay. I'm getting there. I'm getting there slowly. And we're consuming what this returns, but we'll do in let. Let underscore equals that. All right. Oh, okay. You guys came to the await as well. The await needs to be outside the map. Well, the await needs to be inside the Tokyo spawn, right? Or else this isn't going to run. The await out here is awaiting on the join handles that we're returning, right? I could be wrong. Like I said, I've never done this, so I'm happy to be wrong on this. Not happy, but as close to happy as possible. Let me see. Okay, so I'm mapping, copying the client, spawning a thread, calling post, awaiting on post in this thread. And that's what's being returned by this map. The buffered is going to make sure that only at most 26 of these run at a time. I think this is correct. We're going to try this. Are we still running? We are still running. Okay. I know it's timing build, but look, it's going to, if it's near 27 seconds, it doesn't matter if one of those seconds was building. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. I feel like it's still not multi-threading. I mean, like, this could be just a horrendous bottleneck at the database, obviously. But I feel like this is doing one at a time. We could look at the network. My goodness, this is worse than previous. This got worse. It got worse. It got worse. I don't know what I'm doing there. I have no idea. 0. This is not looking good. This is not. Oh. I mean, it is adding, but look how slow it adds. It possibly means we're poking at the right bear. I mean, it doesn't mean that we're poking at the right bear, because like obviously you could make any aspect worse. You could literally make every aspect worse. So that's not entirely true. Yes, it is writing to the console. I know that it's writing to the console, but we should be able to do better with writing to the console. We can turn this off though. Finally done. So we went from 37 seconds to 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Fantastic. Fantastic. Let's disable that. Actually, do we have to change the code? We might need to. I feel like logging was disabled and it's still printing that. So I feel like we have a print statement somewhere that there's not supposed to be a print statement. Actually, let's just do this. This is like printing exactly what we're given. Okay. I can't search for that. Put value for key. Come on. Language server. Okay. Put value for key. We'll delete. There should be no print lines. There should only be logs. So we have an event, we send the event, and we wait on it. Okay, okay. So now we can go and check that, go down this path. Okay. I'm guessing I'm right. I mean, I am writing that to the console. You're absolutely right. Everything should use log, and that way we can turn it on and off. So we shouldn't write every single file we write to log. What did I go? Oh, I did not. I wanted to go here. These are okay, but this really should be log. I'm trying to look in the path of writing where we write the entry, because like we're obviously just posting the entry. Again, these are fine, but we do have log now, so these are only in error states, but so will you have ChatGPT analyze my crypto coin? Probably not. You can have ChatGPT analyze it if you like. I am not sure the fascination you have with ChatGPT and crypto. I mean, I do know it's the two biggest buzzwords, crypto and AI. So I get it, but I'm not quite sure what we're going with here. Not entirely sure. I haven't found our offending right of everything that we get. I looked at every single one of those, and I didn't see one where we just print the value. See, it's putting data. Oh, we can just search for putting data. My bad. My bad. Why didn't I think of that in the first place? All right, well, that doesn't exist. No, the requests don't need to be in order. Absolutely not. A 1-star coder needs it. All right. Let's run this again. What is printing this? I don't know. All right, we have, oh, oops. There's 3 places that I guess we're not in. Okay. That we're not in where our log is set up. That's fine. Most of them are, and we'll just go with that. Let's see. Diagnostics is not finding it. All right. One was 151. I don't like this, right? Yeah. That's better. All right. Expected 5 arguments, found 6. I think you're drunk. Go home. How did you find 6? There's only... Oh, okay. I asked for this. I didn't give him a level. That's 100% my fault. 100%. There should have been erroring. It should have been erroring. This is not the best way to find this, is it? Oh. I was wanting to do yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. That's better. That's a quicker, easier way. Null DB. I like that. Instead of doing this, we'll do info. All of these, they shouldn't all be info, but we're gonna make them all info for right now. Log. Log exclamation point. And we're gonna change this to info. Yeah. All right, one of you is gonna say I should use a macro for this at this point. I should. Do I know how? No. I remember ideas of it, but I don't remember. All right, so I hit in CIW info. So can I just do in here? Period. Yeah, okay. That's good enough because I can just search. That will be easy enough. So then I can just do period, in period, in period, in period. Oh yeah, that was fast. Good call, Dirk. I've been using in all the time. All right, so that failed. So that's not the way to install hotspot on Arch. Fantastic. I don't know why. Where is it? Hotspot. Why it was installing. Why it was compiling. They don't have a binary package, I guess. Oh well. All right. Now we need to fix this CLI because we've done something horrendous to it. It's worse now. Do we just undo all of this? I almost feel like destruct. Oh, wait a second. Did I destruct this on accident? Oh, people. I have both here, the destructed and the non-destructed. Oh my goodness. Can we just pretend we didn't see that? We're just gonna pretend we didn't see that. We're gonna try it like this again. If this is still bad, we'll go and we'll try the destructed method. Because that will be better, for sure. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, Future Highway, now that I'm in the future, I'm also having a bad... I mean, it's 27. The number 27 is starting to irk me. It's starting to get on my nerves. You know, if I didn't like a number and it was today, it'd be 27. That would be the number. Okay. We also didn't print anything, so that's not causing great issue. Can we do like cargo run with release here? This isn't just the client being really slow, is it? Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if this... All right, now it did have all that building. We'll subtract 5 seconds from whatever it does. If it does it in 27, I'm going to be angry. Please not 27 seconds. The 71 seconds? Release just made it worse. Fantastic. It wasn't 27. You're right. It was 71. Building in release made it worse. Made it freaking worse. Frim, 1943. What does your coding solve? What problem does it solve? I'm happy to look at your code. If you tell me something that it solves, happy to do it. Oh, no. I don't know. It was 27. If we subtract a little bit for the rebuild, it was 27. I bet you if we rebuild it without rebuilding, I bet you it's 27 on the dot. I have something. Okay, so again, what problem does it solve? 26. 26. Again, people can't even buy it, so it's purely experimental. Cool, awesome. And if we want to build a blockchain like we're doing with a database, I'm happy to do that as a learning experience. Oh, Russell, I also agree that I'm not going to sit here and run your code. Now, if you want to give me a GitHub link, I'll go look at the GitHub page, but I don't run other people's code. As a big, massive, popular streamer that I am, you know, definitely in the top 20,000 of big tech streamers, there are people who would do that. So I'm not running people's code I don't know. ChatGPT, you have no idea what it will do. It's safe. Trust me, bro. It's safe. I got you back. All right, 26 seconds. We are making leaps and bounds of improvement here. It's Russ. It's gotta be safe. Brim, you might be the most amazing person with a completely honest heart. You sound super suspicious. I'm sorry. Like, if you are purely sincere, You sound super suspicious. Just, you know, and the other thing is, I'm just going to put, if you actually made a blockchain, the code isn't going to be copy and pasteable. It's going to be in multiple files. What, do you have a 20,000 line file? ChatGPT is not even going to be able to consume that anyways. So, like, there's so many things that are miscongruent. I can't say the stupid word, but that don't line up. There's a lot of things that don't line up, and I know the word, I just can't actually pronounce it. Oh, I said a GitHub link. I'm not clicking on some random link. I'm not clicking on that, but thank you. I will happily take a GitHub link to some code. Absolutely. Like I said, dude, you could be the most sincerely honest person. I don't know, but you're going about the path that is notsus.com. Right. It's you're going about it very suspiciously, and you haven't even dropped me a follow. Like, that hurts my soul a little bit. You want to give me a virus without even following. Like, at least follow. My goodness. Yeah, anopace.pw. I'm not sure. The only thing I'm sure about is people, please don't click that link. The worst thing, it requires JavaScript to work. Absolutely. You put it in a GitHub. I'll go check out the GitHub. Like I said, it's a pain being in the top 20,000 tech streamers. But you know, it's one I have to live with. GitHub.pw. Oh, yes. Be careful when you click links. Or better yet, don't click links. 100% what I'm going to do is when he gives it to me, I'm going to go to GitHub and look for it just to make sure there's not special characters or stuff like that in it. Like, I'll go to GitHub and I will look for the thing. Now, I with people that have been around, like Russell and Apollo and whatnot, I'll generally do their links. But little tip for the wise: don't take random people's. Okay, but again, Frim, awfully suspicious. Awfully suspicious. I'm no security expert. I'm actually working on a security expert certification. I don't know that makes me an expert, but there was a lot of red flags. All right, what do we need to do here? Well, Hotspot isn't building, probably because I just did S and not SYU. I didn't do the full system update, which this generally bites me in the butt every single time I try, and there's not a binary. So I'm gonna have to do an SYU on that to get Hotspot. I don't know the next step with this. Well, Frim, go ahead and drop a follow. Figure out how to set up a GitHub account. And next time I'm on, let me know. Take your time. Oh, wow. That's massive. That's so much better, though, now. That's so much better. Holy crap. It's a little big. Thanks for that follow from. And look at that. Everybody gets an AI generated message. That's kind of huge. Kind of huge. Shunned by all. Maybe a little too spot on. Like I said, the AI knows us a little bit better than we know ourselves. I am, by a matter of fact, not going to copy and paste code into anything that I have from random people. All right. So if we assume that's parallel, let's assume that it's parallel. That means the bottleneck is on the server. That means that this is the issue. And that sucks. You know why? It means I wrote a really crappy database. I know it reaches consensus, it does replication factors and all that's all cool, but this sucks. Fantastic. Look, instead of premium viewers like I asked, we got cheap viewers. Yeah, right, Russell? Finally, cheap viewers. Finally. That's what I've been looking for. I don't want these premium viewers. Now that's a link we can click on. Oh. Okay, seriously though, do bigger streamers not get those? Like, how do they prevent those from happening? I don't quite get it. I get, like, what? That's the second one today? I feel like that's a lot. Bigger streamers click on the links to become bigger. They've been literally trying to tell me how to become a bigger streamer, and I've just not been doing it. The easy button. I know. Okay. I guess that's true. So I have auto mod turned off because auto mod kept. Well, I have the strict auto mod turned off because strict auto mod was strict and it kept silencing people for like the most ridiculous stuff. Kelsey Hightower would be happy with me. Twitch the hardest way, or the hard way. Oh my goodness. I'm not trying to make it the hard way. I guess making my own Twitch notifications is maybe the hard way, but I definitely didn't hear the sound, which means it's definitely I'm gonna see if that fixes it. I'm gonna see if that fixes it. I definitely didn't hear the follow sound though. I'll have to look at Nightbot. I do have Nightbot set up and configured. So like I think I can show everything in here. All right, yeah. Top chatter, Russell. You should get a reward. We should do some rewards. We got some commands. Let's see. Moderation. Spam protection. I have their stuff set up, but I mean, like, I could do some custom stuff, right? Oops. That was not what I meant to do. There we go. Not sus for sure. Okay, I'll have to look at it. Okay, yeah, I mean, I can set this up. If there's some other things that people would like and it would be nice, let me know. What are these? What are mobile apps? Oh, is this just like a Twitch? Okay, I see. Okay. Well, yeah, I can set some of these things up if they would be nice. I know, RDJ Power. We need YouTube subscriber alerts. Oh, okay. So basically, I can make other emotes in 7TV as well that you guys can use as well. That's cool. The YouTube alert should be a link to Twitch. So actually how it's set up, it should be really simple. Because if we look at the Twitch alerts, and we're looking here, we actually have this Twitch listener service, and all this does is it exports, if you look at how it's set up, not there. If you look at how it's set up, actually what we probably should do is, if you look at how it's set up here, is that all that thing does, this Twitch WebSocket client, is it listens to Twitch for events. And all it does is forwards those on. And so all we really need to do is basically make one of these for YouTube and forward those on, because all it's doing is then forwarding it to the AI processor and whatnot. Now there's going to be a little bit of work to do here. I say like all it does, like I'm a little simplistic, obviously. The one thing that this does do that you'll notice here is when we do get a message and it processes the message, then we process the notification, and we get to here. What you'll know is here we send that message, what we build this new Twitch event message. So the big thing that we're going to have to do is basically, I mean, this will actually be super simple. Like, what we need to do here is just derive, serialize, deserialize, debug, and we just make a pub struct event message, and then basically let's see, basically what we want is just no, not a struct, I'm sorry, we want an enum, and then this can have, you know, Twitch event and YouTube event, and you know, we'll need a pub struct YouTube event message, and this will be a YouTube event message. So we basically need to do this. This is basically all we have to do. And then we actually just pass event messages that can either be a Twitch or a YouTube message to the front end. So there's a little bit of work that needs to go on here, but not a whole lot. We'll just leave it at that. So, yeah, I think that... And then this will set us up for if we have another platform or another event type or anything like that. Because really, we could even add, like, Twitch mod event. I guess we would add a mod event here. So I've always kind of thought it would be fun to have fun with the people that get banned, and they should get a story. I should pit the YouTube viewers versus the Twitch ones. I think that would be fun. A good red versus blue. I don't know how you came up with red versus purple. Isn't the show red versus blue? The Halo? Oh, Twitch is purple. I got it. I'm sorry. I'm a little dented. It's fine. You're good. You got it. Red versus blue or purple. Red versus purple. I got it. I like this. So we will implement this. The biggest thing that we have to do is figure out how to listen to YouTube events. YouTube, the last time I looked at it, which was like a year and a half ago, it was not as easy to implement. Rust YouTube event, YouTube live stream. No. So this is the other part. Is YouTube that Google's like, hey, you want to know about YouTube? Let me tell you about it. Maybe this is an API. This will be like the biggest deal that we have to look at. subscription. Oh my goodness. Okay. But anyways, we can figure it out. We can figure it out. Okay, sorry. I got sidetracked on that. All right. I guess the next thing is profiling this, which we're going to have to do another day because I can't install it because it's I probably just need to do a full system upgrade because it's been like a week. Could I capture views too? Absolutely. I know. Well. Oh. Absolutely. How hard is it? I don't know. That would be an interesting thing that we could do because we could actually like leverage how many viewers are on one platform. Oh, like a daily count, not the live feed. It might. I should be able to, right? I should be able to, yeah. I should be able to. Absolutely. Prim. You know, I don't know. Like I said, another thing that I'd be really interested in. I mean, obviously you could say it's just for learning, but my question is, what real world problem does it solve? That's what I ask every blockchainer. What real world dependency does it solve? Or problem does it solve? That's all I want to know. Proof of work, cool. So I think the really cool thing that when we're talking about consensus, and I need to make this part of the video, I think, when we're talking about Raft. I think, I don't know. Like, I feel like, should I make it about Raft or should I make it about consensus? Or do I make two videos, one about consensus and then one specifically about Raft? I'm not sure yet. But Raft and Paxos are what I call known roster. They're known roster algorithms. And then when you're talking about like Bitcoin, so let's actually put Raft and Paxos, and then when you're talking about Bitcoin, these are solving the same problem in theory. When you're talking about Bitcoin, ETH, etc., you're talking about an unknown roster. And the big major difference between these is that, and like people don't realize this, the roster is known at start. And the roster is unknown. So basically what I mean by that is the nodes that are participating are either known or unknown at the start. So in Paxos and Raft, we assume that we know every node that's going to join the pool of voters. Whereas in here, we assume that we don't. Is the answer always using up all this spare electricity? That's a possibility. So like this is the big difference between those two consensus mechanisms. And proof of stake, proof of work, again, all of those are unknown versus known. They come from the idea that they don't know how many people. And they come with another assumption that people don't talk about that I think is actually really important. They assume the majority is right. I think that people don't talk about this nearly enough, but they assume that the majority is correct. Now, this is actually something we assume with Raft and Paxos, but we control all of those nodes. So the other assumption that we're going to go in here with unknown roster is unknown control. And here, just like everything else, we have known control. So here you can make the assumption that the majority is right. Let's look this up right now. Let's look up this fun little fact. Number of voting ETH nodes. They used to have published this. How many? Here we go. It might be Etherscan. Here we go. Here we go. So what I want is voting nodes. Let's see. View all nodes. Can I go? I want just ones that have staked. People are running this on Windows? Whoa. Whoa. Okay, most people are on Linux, but man, this one's rocking it on Windows. Good on you. Good on you. I wanted voting nodes. Russell, you're probably not wrong. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, this is going to give a rough. I'm not going to have exactly. Let's see. Maybe here, I wanted to find full validator nodes. So maybe 10,000. That might be total nodes. That might be total nodes. I don't know that all of these have the 64 ETH staked to be a full voting node. But let's go with 10,000. Let's go with 10,000. Let's go with 10,000. Let's assume that there's 10,000 nodes. And so that means to be a majority, you need what? Let's just say 6,000 nodes. Let's say 6,000 nodes. You need 6,000 nodes to reach majority, okay? Now, we assume the majority is right. And the majority gets to rewrite history if they like, right? Because we have unknown control. The control is whoever owns the most. This is maybe my biggest problem with any blockchain technology that isn't, like I said, there's actually some really cool stuff that IBM did with blockchain. There's really cool stuff that that Walmart has done with blockchain, with shipping. There's actually some cool things with this type of technology. This is why there's actually this really super famous YouTuber you should go see. There's this really famous YouTuber that made this video because what he was trying to do is let people understand. Let's see, where is it? Was it that long ago? It might have been that long ago. Yeah. Okay. So what he was trying to do with this was help people understand that the underlying technologies of blockchain actually solve really cool things. Really cool things. Let me post this so that everybody gets it. All right. So blockchain can solve some really cool problems. Now, the problem here that I've been alluding to for a little while. Let's go look up another stat. So we need 6,000 nodes to fully take over this network. How many servers are in a GCP data center? All right, I don't know exactly, but I can tell you that they have over probably 1 million servers. And they probably have roughly 10,000 in a data center. In their small data centers. They have one really big data center, which I think has over like 100,000. But in most of their smaller data centers, they're looking at 5,000 to 10,000 machines. That means you need one data center to take over this entire network and rewrite history. So your safety, security, and distributed nature relies on somebody not Elon Musk to destroy it. It can solve money laundering. That's right. It can make money laundering easier. Did I just use Elon Musk as an adjective? Maybe. Strong maybe on that. Don't clip it. Please don't clip it. We're good without that clip. What do you mean make money laundering easier? Frim, what has Bitcoin been used mostly for? Other than scams. So scams would be second best. Buying pizza. Okay, the third. I'm sorry. What was it? Tornado Cash. Why do you think in August of 2022, the U.S. Department of Treasury blacklisted the service, making it illegal for U.S. citizens? What do you think this was doing? It wasn't buying pizzas. I will guarantee, I mean, maybe pizzas were bought. Bought? My goodness, English is rough. Maybe there was the purchase of a few pizzas. But Tornado Cash was primarily used to launder money. No, I didn't start with this. I said it's also good for this. I said it's also good for this. I've asked repeatedly for people to give me what problem it solves. Nobody's done that, including you, Frem. You've been here for a little while now. What problem does it solve? I haven't seen one yet. I'm truly asking. I love blockchain technology. Look, I like artificial intelligence technology. I do try to cut through the hype. That's one goal I have for all of you, is that while I love these things and I would love to explore them and to understand them better, like, let's actually look at them realistically. Absolutely, Frem. Absolutely. But you can make tech designed to launder money. You can also do that. And guess what does that really well? Tornado Cash. Tornado Cash does it really well. You don't have to physically move Bitcoins. Look, I can send Russell, who's across the world from me, money today for cheaper. So, yeah, I also agree that I don't have to send him a dollar bill. In fact, if I sent him a dollar bill, this would be useless to him. I have a dollar bill on me. This would be useless to him. But I can electronically send it because we have technology out there that makes sending money relatively simple. It is a 20. You know, Russell has earned it. He's the brunt of many jokes. And you know what? I'm going to go back here. We're going to go back to, what was it? Where was it? I don't see it anymore. Nightbot. Look at that. Russell. So, he's earned the 20. He's earned the 20. But you can't use it. Right. The 20 is just as useful as the 1. It doesn't even burn very well, okay? So it's not useful to. But my point is, we do have technology methods out there. I can send him money from my phone with just his email address. And it can actually get to him in a currency that would be useful to him. At exchange rates less than signing a new block on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's actually very expensive, right? It's gotten very expensive to sign a new block. And then you have technologies that bundle some things. So to solve that problem, to solve the inherent Bitcoin's actually more expensive than using your native bank, which is astronomical. The problem Bitcoin solves, it doesn't even solve. So to do that, then you have these things that bundle transactions and say, we'll put 1,000 transactions in here and we'll commit all of them together because Bitcoin failed at its original purpose. So to make it better, we have to do something else. And then you get these smart contracts that do this. Well, 1, these get hijacked all the freaking time. 2, they're still expensive and they're still not cheap. So I'm sorry, I love blockchain, the technology. I love the idea to say I can prove to you that I own a 20 without showing you the 20. Those types of things are super powerful and have a really great purpose. I think that you can leverage them. And this is why I always ask, what problem are you solving? I'd love to hear it because I think that there's probably some really cool problems we can solve. Let's just stop. Do you know what banks use if they want a highly efficient? Do you know what would cost them a lot of money? Let's say I wanted to move $5 from my bank account to your bank account, $5. It's a small amount of money. Do you know what would cost that? What they need? They need the lowest cost possible. That's why some banks use Aerospike, because they can get the lowest cost possible for this transaction. That's what they want. Bitcoin doesn't provide this. Bitcoin doesn't. Almost any database that they would own does better. Postgres would handle the scale of most banks better than this does. I get very passionate about things. But okay, and then my question is, if you do use this for banking and you think it solves banking, the thing that blows my mind is, do you want your bank to be susceptible to a 51% attack? Do you want Elon Musk to be able to take all your money? Because that's what you get. You can get Elon Musk. Anybody that can buy 20, it will cost a couple million, because you got to stake 64 ETH on each one of them. So it will take a little bit of money, but there are a lot of people who can do that. Sure, Frim, every tech is not foolproof, but you have unknown roster with unknown control. It's asking to be taken advantage of. Right? Now, proof of work is actually better, because Bitcoin is actually prohibitively expensive to take over. It's just prohibitively expensive, and which makes it kind of better in this aspect. It's not better. It's not actually good, because it's prohibitively expensive. It's prohibitively expensive to make something on that network. It's prohibitively expensive to do anything on the network. And so, yeah, ETH is better in that regard, but then the security goes down, because now all you need is money to take over that network. Bitcoin isn't foolproof, but it's useful. Explain where it's useful to me. Like, if I need to send Russell 20 pounds to prove this, I will do it. I will send Russell 20 pounds in Bitcoin, and I will send him 20 pounds in, I think they use pounds, right? Yeah. I will send 20 pounds via normal banking methods, and we'll see which one's more difficult. Then he will make 40 pounds out of it, and I won't. Yeah, Dirk, that's the other thing is, if somebody says, pay me in Bitcoin, I think scam immediately. It's like, Frim, it's when you, Frim, this is actually a really good point. It's when you posted a freaking, what was the link? I'm going to go find it. Anopaste.pw and said, click me. Trust me, bro. It's suspicious. Darkio 8. I'm gonna call you Darkio 8. Unless if you correct me, and then I'll call you whatever you correct me as. But I'm going with Darkio. Yeah, I was way off. I was super far off. 1 second. I need to actually take this. All right. Sorry. Okay. Look. Let me clear something up. Let's stop the argument. We're arguing, and this is good. This is good, but I want to clear something up. I have never said, I have actually explicitly said that blockchain technology is cool and it has some really good uses. Now, somebody was asking, somebody called my viewers cheap. Shame on them. Somebody is asking, why are we working about blockchain? Well, why we're talking about this is because we've created a database that talks about consensus, and we used Raft, and we started talking about the difference between a Raft or Paxos consensus and what Bitcoin or Ether uses for consensus, and like the big things that people don't talk about, and why their problems are a little bit different. Now, I have notoriously said that blockchain is actually really cool. The big thing that a lot of people fail to talk to me about and fail to convince me on is, why blockchain? What problem are you trying to solve? There's a lot of interesting and really cool things. With blockchain, I could prove that I own a vanilla Coke or something on the blockchain without having to show you the vanilla Coke. That's actually really powerful. And there's a lot of really cool things that you can do with that. And there's a lot of super powerful things you can do with that. So those, and I actually listed IBM and Walmart have done some really amazing things with blockchain. So Walmart's entire warehousing is done with blockchain. I actually wrote up a paper a while ago. I actually tried to get a funding for a startup idea I had, and I was actually leveraging blockchain to what I called micro warehouse. And so the idea was that there's a bunch of farmers that grow very small amounts of cattle, like 5 head of cattle. And you have these all over the place. And a lot of the times they take these 5 heads to these auctions and they get bad prices. And really, there's a lot of people, like, let's say me, I'm going to draw me here. I'm a person who would like a part of one of these cows. I don't want the whole thing. That's a lot of meat. I want a little bit of it. And so this would be a private blockchain, a private ledger of who has cows that are about to be processed and who has orders for that meat. So basically, you could go straight from farmer to your doorstep. That was the idea behind it. Because this would allow you to get basically as local as you get, and it would be pretty awesome. Anyways, that was kind of the idea. These types of things, a blockchain could be really good at. Now, I'm not saying a public one, but a blockchain nonetheless could really solve these situations very well. Blockchain is a decentralized digital ledger technology that records transactions across a network of computers. Each transaction is grouped into a block that adds to a chain of previous transactions, creating a continuous chronological record. The decentralized nature of blockchain means there's no single entry controls the entire chain, making it secure and resistant to tamper. Secure and resistant. Resistant doesn't mean proof. Like water resistant and waterproof are two different words, right? Two different meanings. Resistant to tampering is not what I want to trust my money to, okay? I realize there's nothing that's perfectly proof, but FDIC insurance helps, and there's a lot of other stuff that goes into helping with that. The technology underpins cryptocurrency. Absolutely. That is absolutely an essay that you could say. What problem does it solve? Tell me what problem I have that solves. That's what I keep asking people. You can repeat the same thing over and over again. That's fine. But what problem? Like I said, I will do it with Russell. That came out very weirdly. I meant I will do the experiment I talked about with Russell. I will send him money and we'll see which one's cheaper. We will see if it solved any problem. Not relying on banks to send and receive money. Okay. So what are you relying on then? You have to rely on something. So you're saying, let's get this clear. You're saying, I don't want to rely on this bank. I don't want to use this thing. So I'm going to use this other thing. Okay. But tell me how something that's susceptible to a 51% attack is more secure than this thing. When I'm sending money, my goal is for it to reach the individual as securely as possible. So if you want to sell me something that there's security and cheapness, I want two things. If I'm sending Russell $20, I want him to get as much of that $20 as possible. And on top of that, I want it to get there as securely as possible. I'm going to put like jail bars. I don't know. So those are the two things. I want to make sure that he gets the money, and I want to make sure that it actually makes it to him. Now, there have been a plethora of issues with Bitcoin not actually reaching the intended recipient because of these smart contracts. Why do we have the smart contracts? Well, because Bitcoin fails at the proposition of safely and cheaply sending money. It's super expensive to send money. Thousands of dollars at this point if you actually just wanted to mint it on the blockchain. You don't want to pay thousands of dollars. That's ridiculous. So we keep adding layers. And all of those layers are susceptible to attacks, including the base layer, susceptible to the 51% takeover. Tobs on Twitch. Absolutely. I think I'd rather rely on a single bank entity that's easily bound by the law than a group of random systems that need to agree before making it a decision. Like, absolutely. We have laws around money because of issues with it. 100%. This is why, should be the reason we have any law, is because there's abuse of those systems. 100%. Thank you. That is not making all laws right or correct. I will acquiesce to that. But my goodness, there's a reason that the banking industry is one of the most regulated industries as well. Again, if I really don't want to have a bank involved, I can send him a $20 bill. If I really want to do it. It's useless to him, but he'll need a bank to convert it, but whatever. The challenge still stands. Send me a valid use where it's cheaper, where it's more secure, and I will acquiesce. And I have acquiesced. IBM and Walmart are two big ones that pop up. My own startup idea that definitely didn't get any funding. There's valid ideas. They can freeze your account, so can the blockchain, right? How do you access the blockchain? Let me ask you that. This is another thing that people don't talk about. Oh, it's a big decentralized thing. How do you access the blockchain? Please tell me, Frim, how you access Bitcoin. Most people access it through a centralized bank. My freaking goodness. Now, you don't have to. I realize this. But if you want to actually use it very easily and not shoot yourself in the foot, most people, there's like what, Binance? I don't know how to pronounce it. There's Binance. Yeah, Binance. There's Binance. I just said it way too many times. Made it weird. Centralized bank. That feels good. Binance. Put those ants in a bin. Leave them there. Oh, is it not like finance? Binance. Binance. Oh, Binance. Oh. Binance, my finance. That's right. I'm terrible at reading. Like, every single time I try to pronounce something, I screw it up. It's Binance my finance. What am I going to do? I have never had a bank freeze my accounts while not doing anything illegal. I mean, I've never done anything illegal to have my accounts frozen either. I have never had my accounts frozen. This is not something I suffer from. And trust me, I live within walking distance to Louisville's CIA, Secret Service, and NSA headquarters. And I have messed with them. And I still haven't gotten my... It's public property. I always say, I always do everything legally. All right. They're actually pretty funny because, like, they definitely monitor around their complex quite well. And so, like, they definitely come check out if, like, you're on public property, but you're acting suspiciously, which is hilarious because then the goal is to see how suspicious you have to ask before they come check on you. I don't know why I find that so much fun. I do. Especially because my father-in-law worked there. Because he anyways, it was fun. It was fun. Why I will never get my top secret security clearance. Oh, I forgot to type my password. Let's do that. Come on. Okay, anyways. So, all I wanted to say was this is the difference between those two things. It's just these assumptions, which I think is really cool, actually. And I wanted to call it out because I thought it was cool. Was that this is like they're solving the same problem, but they take just a couple different assumptions, which us as engineers need to be careful about the assumptions we take about a system because it designs, in the end, a completely different system. And yeah. I think that this is a pretty cool thing to think about. Like, when you make different assumptions, you can come to wildly different solutions based on those assumptions. You know, if we have unknown control and an unknown roster, how can we solve this problem differently? And then there's a bunch of different ways that they solve the problem. If you have known roster and no control, you can do it differently. That's actually better. This is more efficient, more energy efficient. It's more secure. It allows you to handle things in a much different way than this way does. But it's just based off of your assumptions that you start with. It's really cool. It's really cool to think about. I think it's a great learning experience. Yeah. We have to rebuild this. I forgot to type my password. Anyways. Dirk, that is my argument. Except for the few things that I have pointed out, which I happily point those things out. If you're talking about Bitcoin as a consumer product or blockchain as a consumer product, I find very little actual value. The sum of the parts, I find very little value. The parts, there's definitely a lot of really good. Let's talk about Merkle trees and Git, because I think Git is actually a fantastic blockchain. And its consensus mechanism is proof of consent. Like, I accept your pull request. It has a consensus mechanism. It's actually fantastic. Go watch my video, Frim. You might like it. So I actually think that blockchain has a ton of really good uses. We're just not talking about them. When people say Bitcoin and whatnot, we're not talking about the good uses. We're talking about the bad ones. And that's the problem. Frem, if all banks fail, so do our data centers. And so there goes your blockchain as well. Look, if all the banks fail, we're in a whole world more of hurt than I wish it was on blockchain. Just gonna throw that out there. You're in a whole different world of hurt. When you start going to totalistic annihilation of the banking system, there is so much more that you haven't covered. There is so much more that you have not covered. Oh no, Russell. If I find a sleep in here. Is it this? Oh no. Oh no. So I think I've hurt myself. We're going to have to talk about this because maybe Russell just came up with this is the retry. This sleep is fine. I have been thinking this sleep is fine, but let's think it through. This might not be. To check for messages, we wait 25 milliseconds. This is garbage. We should just immediately check again. There is an artificial 25 milliseconds between dealing with any next state. But this includes ticks, which ticks read messages, which messages are sent from the front end to the back end to save crap in the log. This doesn't solve all of our problem. All right, Frim, let's stop talking about this today. Any more talk on it, we will ban. Or not ban, I'll time out. It's good and done. We're good and talked out on the topic. If you want to come back on another day with a different argument, with a real world use, I'm happy to discuss it. I'm happy to see new information. I don't want to rehash other stuff. You can look up Tornado Cash. It was primarily used to launder money. Very much. But let's move on. Okay, you know what we need to do here? We also need this to be a while. While we have messages, we should deal with them. Right? Ooh, I have to think about this. Because we also have to call our tick. Because if we deal with messages for a minute, no, that should be fine, right? Because the messages will keep us alive. So we don't need to heartbeat while we're dealing with messages. Frim, I timed you out. All right. I had just said calm down. And let's not be confrontational. Okay? I love having discussions, and maybe I encourage and let them go too far. And maybe this is on me. I'll contemplate on it, see where I can learn on this. But let's not start if you're so smart. We all have places where we're more knowledgeable and less knowledgeable. Dirk happens to be more knowledgeable than me on most things. Okay? So he's a pretty smart guy. Or gal. I don't actually know. I just go by Dirk. Actually, I know their name. No, I'm not going to use it, though. Not with you. Anyways. We all love learning here. And that's what we do. So, let's continue learning. All right, what we want to do is we want to just deal with all the messages, I think. Can we do this in can we do something like Russell, I think your joke saved us. I think we found at least one problem. We were serializing the requests here. We were literally queuing up the requests here to the back end of the database. Oh my goodness. And we had a 25 millisecond. Do you know what we calculated? Do you remember what we calculated in Python? The the time it took to save a record, it was like 27 milliseconds or 26 milliseconds. Mind blown. Mind blown. Russell. Where did my code go? Okay. So we're going to do a wow. I think you can do, it would be let, are you looking? Yeah. Wow. Let. Okay. And then, wait. Wow. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Event equals this. We can just do, oh wait, we can delete this and this and this. Yeah. So this, we're going to handle every single message. And the cool thing is, while we're a leader and we're dealing with a message, we're good. And if we're anything, if we're a follower or a candidate, this shouldn't interfere. Because a follower's job is just to handle the messages. So we should be good there too. I'm missing an okay. Where am I missing that? Oh, you're right. You're right. Thank you. Is this sum? This might be a, no, it's a result. Okay, cool. It's an okay. 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 I'm actually kind of excited. I feel stupid. I have seen that sleep multiple times. Multiple times. We were serializing everything on the database side. The whole database is designed for multi-threadedness, and in the one place in the, this is a video. We need to make a YouTube video about this because I think this is a great learning experience. Like, all of the multi-threading that we have back there doesn't matter when you have this one thing that then just reserialized everything. We would handle one message, we would wait 25 milliseconds, and then we would handle another one. All right, let's run this. Raft mod at 99. That's the CLI. 1 second. Uh, 99, did we say? What did it not like? Oh, I did not. There we go. All right, here we go. Are we ready? Take deep breath. Did it actually write anything? We don't have any logging now. All right, all right. This is not stopping. It went really fast. It went really fast. Maybe it takes 27 seconds to stop now. Is this because I never release execution flow? The interrupt should interrupt. Let's see. Where were we? Togglebit. How are you doing? You know what? You know what? Talk about cheap viewers. Now we have the cheapest of viewers. Have you guys seen Togglebit's new video? Where's the link, Togglebit? It's a good video. Slabs and crabs. Slabs and crabs. Oh, look at that.
Next ID is now. And then finally, we can
go watch his video. It's fantastic. It turns up in a search. Check out this person. I did not recognize this. I thought, I was like, wow, Toggle got his brother to join him on a video, which I think is true. I think it's Toggle's brother. I'm fairly positive. Dressed for success. That's Toggle Bite. That book is fantastic. Coping with Loneliness. That's a fantastic. I just want the NFT of it. Really. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. So we are calling await here. So we should have pause and execution state, right? Why did it not stop? Let's try it again. The ultimate kill failed. I made an unkillable process. This database survives even the ultimate kill. You want to see the ultimate kill? Yes, please. There's the ultimate kill. Yeah, I really trapped all signals. That was my fear. But it shouldn't be, right? That's that 100% uptime SLA. Pivot to making viruses. How did you become such a good hacker? Well, it was really that I tried my luck at software engineering and found out that I was way better at writing viruses accidentally. Some call it skill. I consider it a curse. I don't even understand why there, though, right? Because this isn't even the first thread. This isn't the main thread, right? Maybe it is. Maybe this is actually the main thread. So I think the fix here is this. We're just going to Tokyo spawn the main loop, yeah? That is not what I wanted at all. I want that, but I don't want that. I just wanted this in there. Like that. I actually wanted the loop, didn't I? I did. Well, oh, this has not gone smoothly. At all. I need this. Wait, it's not Darky. It's not Darkio. You corrected me, and I apologize. I saw the correction, and then we talked Bitcoin, and I apologize, Darkio. It's not. Wait. It's I don't remember. I'm so sorry. Russell is amazingly good with it every single day. Amazingly good with it. Darcy. Oh my. I'm sorry. Darcy. I apologized. Darcy. I got it. I got it this time. Darcio. I apologize. If this was the main, I still need a loop here, right? Otherwise, our database is just going to... Without this, if we're actually thinking what we are, there's nothing to keep the database from just ending now, right? Let's actually test this. I think... it should just... No. No. Fail. That was not where I thought it was at line 99. We were in the wrong file. Wrong file. Okay, yeah. 99. That was close at least. It was actually up here at 81, but... Wait, what was it failing on? What was the error? What was the error? Okay. Run, expect, but found out. Oh, okay, yeah. I got it. 81. Okay. Self-ex. Oh. I see. Ew. Okay, this was not as easy. This was not the fix we were looking for. This was not the fix we were looking for. Oh, yeah. All right. All right. I am excited about Erland. Erland will be the next best IDE. What do we want to do here? I don't know. I gotta think on this. This sucks. My code sucks. We can't do this. This was just my simple dumb fix, but it probably wasn't a good fix. Do you know what? Do you know what? It's probably better. So this is what we were originally. Okay, but this is not good. This is not good. But if we're pumping the entire queue before we move on, it should be okay. It should be okay, right? Wait. Okay. Well, that's not the right one. Oh my goodness. Undo all of that. Fantastic. Okay. That is not what I meant at all. Yeah. It is duration from millis, isn't it? Did I just break an import or something? I think I must have. Let's go fix that. STD time duration. No, I already have that done. It's saying it's not found. Thank you, Toggle. Duration re-imported here. I didn't change anything around that, so that's weird. Like I just deleted that line and then I re-added that line. One of these got added. One of these doesn't belong. One of these... I want to say I didn't use this one. I know I didn't use this one. Because I'm using it with STD thread. Yeah. So. That one just got imported on me, I'm guessing. Two L's. I'm taking 2 L's on this one. That's what's happening. I'm taking 2 L's on this one. All right. I'm going to bet Russell 20 bucks that this is better. Oh my goodness. 1 second. That felt good. Then 26 seconds. Okay. 26 seconds was what we had to do. And I still can't stop it. I thought that this would let me stop it. What did I do? What did I do? Look, okay. Let's go back to it. So, first, we had this sleep. Ah, I see. 1 second. 1 second. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Just move on. Move on. Was that a new mistake? Maybe. Maybe it was, but we didn't see anything, okay? We didn't see anything. Did we? Okay, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. What did I do wrong? Why is it not getting interrupted? I probably had a Tokyo sleep. You're right. You're right. This was probably a Tokyo sleep. 100%. I don't know why I wasn't doing that. That is what I was meaning to do. First test. Oh, we can stop the server. How fantastic is that? How fantastic is that? I mean, like, honestly, is there another test that we need to do? I doubt it. I doubt it. The second thing is RM0-*. Thank you very much. All right, let's run this one more time. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to do a little bit of fun. A little bit of fun. Load disk. Here we go. No. Back here. Let's see. That's 1,000. That's 1 million, right? Yep, 1 million. We'll do 1 million. And instead of 5, we'll go with 32. Are we ready? There goes the SLA. That's probably a good idea, Future Highway. I never write really big numbers like that. I will do that. After we see how long this takes. I probably shouldn't have done 1 million. I probably should have done like 500,000 or something. Let's see if 1,000 takes less than a second. I don't know how long 1,000 takes. It took a second here, but this was when we had the stupid extra stuff. 1 million was maybe a little ambitious. Oh, if it's 27 seconds, I'm gonna flip. Getting close. Dang it. We should have been checking disk while we were doing this, right? We should be able to line count, right? Let's see. It's writing. It's writing, okay? Those are all the segment files because the segment files cap out at a couple megs, right? I forget what. Let's see. WC-L0. No. Let's just pick one. That one. Yeah, they all have like 5,000. I assume that whatever we picked. Because they're the same size, they're all gonna cap out at the same size. That's not what I wanted. Yeah. They're all capping out at the exact same size, which is good. I mean, that's what we wanted. 1 minute for 1 million records, or 2 minutes, is honestly not terrible. For a database that hasn't been optimized in many ways and has more optimizations that could happen. Not bad. Yeah, actually, let's IO stat it now. You're 100% right. I'm sorry, I didn't even think about that. Let's IO stat this. Now, I could just kill this. I'm waiting for my fans to spin up. So my fans just spun up. It's 96% idle? I feel like this is not great. Let's stop it. Let it calm down. Fans spinning down. There's something else blocking us. There's something else. We can get that sleep down. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to remove the sleep. We're going to remove the sleep. We won't be able to get out of the application, but like in theory, that means nothing was to sleeping, right? Let's run this again. Delete all that extra data. if we just delete this, now we won't be able to get out of it. But we did beat the 27-second issue. Okay. This is basically if it was running how it should. Now we have to... I have to restructure this so that we can actually quit if we want. And we handle signals still. But for right now, this should be blazing fast, right? I think. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's IO stat now. Let's go. This fan's spinning up. I don't see much of a change here, though. I'm not sure that I'm benching this properly. I'm going to have to do some Googling. I mean, this is what, 5,000 records? Actually pretty cool. You can see how long it takes us to do 5,000 records because this is a timestamp, right? I mean, that is pretty blazing fast. What is this library you speak of, and why don't I know about it? Okay, benchmarking library. Sounds good. Still took 2 minutes to do. So that slight pause. So now we can't quit because we fully consumed it. But that slight pause doesn't matter anymore because we handle all messages, right? Which I think is probably the big thing. One thing I think we could do, here is here. We don't actually have to deal with this. We could actually thread this out, right? I have to think about that because, like, we could, like, we're actually still handling the events serially here, and we don't need to. Our database has lockless writing, right? So we don't need to serialize writing these. so this is one thing. Okay, so one thing here. To do, don't need to wait for the message to be processed. That's one thing here. And then the other thing here is, let's do the Tokyo. Let's put the Tokyo sleep in here. This doesn't seem to have a practical difference. This, I think multi-threading this will be better. Thank you, AI. This is absolutely wrong. You do have to wait on the tick for the next one. Remove this useless sleep carefully. It shouldn't need a lock to... Okay, I take that back. It does have a lock. It has to lock the main file for writing, because you can't write multiple records at the same time to the same file, because that will corrupt the file. 100%. My bad. So I was thinking about how some real databases do it. We can actually have lockless writing, because what if you could write to multiple files at the same time? But that's not something we've implemented. So there is a contention here that we will write one thing at a time. Now, another thing that would help us here is batching. We don't batch right now. And really what we should do is, if we have more than one here, we should batch it. Because that would be better for our drive anyways. We should batch it into, you know, a sane block size. But again, so we got to think on those. I'm actually super happy. 2 minutes for 1 million records isn't horrible, honestly. So Dirk, you can do that. You can actually do like regions of a file. You have to be careful, because then basically you have to defrag your files, right? And if you're doing an append only log, which is right now ours is append only, you have to add after the last one. So you can't really lock the next region, because you don't know how long that next record is going to be. That's getting written right now, right? So you can't lock the next block, or you have to leave tons of space that then you're going to have to defragment your file. Right. I think that's a different problem, though. I mean, if you have that code, I would love to see it. But the only ways I know of it are within the same file is for you to lock very specific files. But you can't do that in a write-only log, right? Because you just append. Now, we don't lock the reads, because all reads are the main. Okay, let's draw this out. The main log is in memory and disk. So the main log exists in memory and disk. And so when we read the main log, we read from the memory, which and when we write, we have to lock. When we read, no lock. Read, no lock. And then when we write, we lock for the writing. Again, it's append only. I don't know of a way to do that. Maybe there's a way to append, but like you don't know how big that next one is. It might be possible. I don't know of it off the top of my head. I know some databases that do lock segments. So actually, SQL databases are very notorious about this because they actually like, that's why like when you do like the text, they know the max size because it's not a next line. That is the size of the row. And so you can lock just that row because you're just editing that record. And that record's never going to take up more or less space. That's not true for our database. But there definitely are some databases. Now, maybe there's a way to do it with an append-only log. It's possible. It's possible. I don't know it off the top of my head. When we read, we have no lock on the other files as well because they're read-only. It would be cool. It would be a cool video to get rid of all locking. And yes, if we had known ahead of time size, it becomes much easier as well. Like if we know the size of the row, which in an SQL database, absolutely they do. And it makes it very easy to lock a single row, a single, chunk of data. Because Linux lets you write to it multiple threads, 100%. You just and the disks allow this as well. You just need to make sure that you don't corrupt your data. That's all. But yes, I'm still happy. Like 2 minutes for 1 billion records. I think this is good. I'm very happy with this. Very like this is way better. We were at 27 seconds for what, 1,000 records? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was just weak sauce. There we go. Okay. Last thing we have to fix. We only write. We don't keep track of the index ID at all. Oh, shoot. I didn't realize what time it was. Okay, I gotta end this really quickly. The last thing that I was going to say is we don't actually keep track of the index ID. We're not writing it to disk. I didn't know if this was a quick fix. We have it listed here as one of the things. Index is not incrementing. It's just getting written as 1 for all of them, which seems really weird. Was it billion or million? I don't know. I think it was billion, but I didn't add the underscore lines, so it's a little fuzzy. Let's maybe it was million. Let's see. Oh boy. I think it was billion. Right? There's Okay, it was million. My bad. 1 million records. How does it, let's see. Rust doesn't use null terminated strings because it's so much better not to, but unfortunately that's pretty awesome. I'll have to read over this. Wait, we are locking. This locks. I mean, a spin lock or a lock, I mean, it locks. So this is not lockless writing. Like, I don't care if you're blocking other things from writing with a lock. I don't care whether it's an atomic that's doing it or something else. Like, it's effectively doing the same thing, right? Now, I don't know exactly everything that's happening here, so I will have to look through this. This is probably a little bit more than I can just go over quickly. Yeah, I'll go over it though. Thanks for pointing this out. This is interesting. This looks more like lockless reading, which we already do. We took a different approach to lockless reading. I'll have to look into it more. We have a ring buffer. Oh, this is in Rust. Oh, this is Rust. Okay. And they just have a bit in C. I did not realize this. Okay. Okay, so it uses memory mapped pages to have interprocess lock-free reads and writes. So this comes down to okay. So again, this comes down to it allocates a bunch of memory, and then you have to work on defragmenting that. Would be my understanding. Okay. Yeah, it felt... I also wonder why this was in C versus Rust. I'm gonna have to look through it though. Like I don't understand all of it at the current time. I'm sure that there's something that we can do that's better than what we currently do. Yeah. I'm gonna have to read this a little bit better. Okay, well, I'll do this off stream. I gotta read it a little bit better. I'm gonna look up what some other databases do as well. We'll implement something that lets us not lock on writing. Somehow we'll figure it out. I'm super happy that 1,000,000 records only takes 2 minutes. That's way better than what we were doing. Way better. It was pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't read C often, so I do get into it every once in a while, but it takes me a little while to do it. It's not a super difficult one. We're getting a raw queue page here with a path. So this is just like a file page. I'm not quite sure what's going on with this. This seems to be something to translate to Rust. The hard part here is this almost seems like these are helper functions that are called in page.rs. And I have never tied C to Rust. And maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe this is not what's happening here. That's just what it felt like. Yeah, no, these are definitely helper functions. So these are working individually outside of Rust, and that's where it's getting a little hard for me to tie together exactly what's happening, because you can't look at the C, because the C is not the thing that uses it. This is the page. And so we can kind of just assume that that's the page. And that's being held here in this page. I'm gonna have to spend a little time. I'm gonna have to spend a little time. And see, like, this is also weird. Like, you don't, it's not a message passing thing. Like, there seems to be some weird constraints around this as a system. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. You said this is a streamer? Mostly Maxi. Okay. I'll have to see if I can't join one of their streams. I didn't know she streamed. Is she streaming now? Is there a good person to raid? I do need to get going. Thanks everybody that joined and chatted and partook and helped me find my threading issue. All right. Well, in that case, let me find somebody for us. We're going to do the B7H30. I think they're doing some hack the box stuff, maybe. Very nice fellow. Thanks everybody for joining. Hope you have a fantastic weekend. See you, everyone. Bye.